everyone. Welcome to our Bootcamp of 2025, which is Innovation, Technology, Entrepreneurship Bootcamp in Oxford. I'm delighted to introduce our mastermind, who actually initiated a few years ago to create this great collaboration between Oxford undergrads, postgrads, and certainly, just some international innovators, okay? And here I would like to introduce Stephen Clark. He holds several hats, and sorry for all this confusion maybe to start with, but he was a former diplomat in Eastern Europe. Now he is the principal of Cherwell College, Oxford, and the chairman of Oxbridge Foundation. And at the same time, he is driving and helping, just to promote science in Oxford, as well as the UK. And this is where he is the chairman of Atom Society and Atom Festival, in collaboration with some professors from faculty of Oxford, Faculty of Physics in Oxford University. So enough of me, over to you, Stephen, and this is where I'm passing this important device. Just bear with me.
Here we've only got one of these. Okay. Big audience, international audience and international group here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this boot camp, which I'm sure you'll find inspiring. I warn you now, it will be intensive, but running a startup, running a company is intensive. The other thing I'd like to say is, in life, you get opportunities. This is an opportunity for everybody to learn. You all know about learning. This is what you're doing all the time. But you need to be learning this week and then making decisions, making choices. Do you want to continue with a startup? You need resilience. It will be hard work. You have ups and downs. If you get down, bounce back up. That's life. You have to do this. But during the week, you're working more as teams rather than individuals. And that's really important. Collaboration is the biggest thing in the world. One thing Helen forgot to mention, we're very fortunate. We've actually linked up with Berkeley, University of California for the last 3 years, which is one of the reasons we're running this boot camp. We've run one in last year, 1923. We were in California as well, and we'll be there in August again this year with some candidates, hopefully from the group here. So nice sunny California for a week in California. If you have any questions, there is Katya around, Edward, Danilo, Maria's at the back, or Helen, or I'll be around. So just ask anything. But the main thing is to start enjoying, work with Gigi. Gigi has run these boot camps. I don't know how many, could be into hundreds by now, I'm not sure, all over the world. So she's used to doing this type of work, and she needs you to be really involved. This is what you have to be, is be involved, ask questions amongst your own teams, amongst other people, whatever. This is what happens. You're thinking about startups, thinking about companies. You don't sit down, write on a piece of paper your strategy, then just follow your strategy. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. And talking about opportunities, I think in the world at the moment, we've all seen what's happening with some guy in America, and I think he wouldn't like pink. I think he probably complained about that for some reason. But there's great opportunities there now, particularly for UK and Europe. This is somewhere we can stand alone, working with other international companies apart from America. If he wants to bankrupt America, that's up to him. But there are opportunities. And the other thing you always have choices. It's making choices. You'll make good choices, you'll make bad choices. You make a choice every morning. You can decide to stay in bed or get up. Simple as that. If you decide to get up and do something. Without much more to say, Well, I have, but I won't. Where's Gigi? Is she here? She's hiding. I'd like to introduce Gigi, which I'm sure you've all read up about. I warn you now, Gigi is full of life. You had to concentrate and follow her.
I told Edward that yesterday that this microphone thing was designed by guys for guys. You know, like they have this thing that hangs on that requires that we have to be wearing a pair of pants. Because if you don't have a pair of pants, there's nowhere to hang this on, right? You know, are we recording right now? Okay. Because one of the things that I thought I'd like to do is instead of launch into my presentation, which I'm going to set up, okay, is I want to know who's here, right? I mean, this is going to be such an absolute fun mix of people, okay? And maybe while I'm setting up, you can say your name, you'll say your name, where you're from, and why you're here, okay? And we'll keep it short, like 30 seconds, no long speech like Cory Booker just did on the Senate floor. Okay, we don't have 25 hours, but keep it like 30 seconds. Got it? All right, who wants to go first? Who's super shy? Who thinks they're shy? Okay, you still first.
Okay, my name is Natalia. I'm from Ukraine. I live in Ukraine for almost 3 years. And I'm here because I have an idea of creation the algorithm which will automatically translate fiction books from English to Ukrainian. Yeah, and I want to bring this idea to life. Who's next?
I can go. How do I say it? Basically, I'm Sophia. I'm a high school student, so I'm here just to explore new opportunities and like try something new. I hope I will find it very helpful and like I think it will make me grow personally. So I'm just here to try it. Thank you.
Wait. Sophia, you need to say why you're here in this class, how you ended up here.
How I ended up here?
Yeah.
So basically, my brother took a similar class in Berkeley, and then he met Gigi, and then he set up like a Zoom meeting where she introduced me to this bootcamp, and yeah, that's the story. It's a bit complicated.
Yeah. So this class that you're taking this week, I taught it the first week of January at Berkeley. And there's this guy named Eugene in the class. And then he comes up to me and says, "Oh, I'm from Ukraine." I'm like, "Wow." Like, okay, but aren't you supposed to be back in Ukraine? And he said he actually had left when he was much younger to study. And so that's why he was out. And then he actually, the class was Monday through Friday. Then on Saturday, I was hosting 23 defense startups from the Ukraine in Silicon Valley on a tour. And they got special permission from the Minister of Defense to leave the country. And Eugene came and helped me to host them. He took them on a tour. He even took them to a frat party. I actually have a video where the soldier is like, "What the? I'm partying in Berkeley." Anyways, and then Eugene said, "Can you please meet my sister? She's over in Ireland, and it would be really great if you could give her some advice." And now she's here. So do you see all the connections? You have to talk to people. You bring up things because you never know when a valuable connection is going to pop up. And you always have to say yes. When people say, hey, let's go here, let's do this, meet this person, make sure you say yes, because that may be your $1 million investor. And you no, I already put my jammies on. I don't feel like going out. Who's done that? Okay. Now, and you're going to miss that $1 million investor. This happened with a friend of mine in Qatar. She was already in her jammies. And then someone said, you've got to come to this networking event. And then she's like, I just want to watch a show. And then she said, Gigi will get mad at me. So she put on her clothes, went to this networking event, and met her future husband. And now she's married. So anyways, moving on. And Lorraine, why don't you stand up and then other people behind can see you?
Hi, I'm Lorraine. I came here because I'm the chair of College Oxford. I'm a student there, and this is how I got to come here.
I can't find the screen for his thing. The stream sharing is it here? Is this it? Yeah. Fantastic. All right, Hanyu.
Oh, hi. Hi everyone, my name is Han Yu. So I'm doing a PhD here at Oxford. I'm from China originally. So I'm here because we have this idea stage startup where we want to do early detection for heart disease and stroke. And then how I get into this, I think we saw a post on Instagram. And then I heard about this event.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm also a PhD student here at the university in the same department as Hanyu.
Oh, there, I see it now.
Originally,
Hi, my name is Yara. I'm product manager, tech expert, influencer, entrepreneur, and I'm here to build my idea. Or actually, it's already in progress. We're in an MVP stage, and we are going to put it through this work.
Okay, my name is Katrina Asumtakate. I am originally from Ukraine, but I have lived in the UK for 3 years, last 3 years. So I always had a dream to run my own startup, and I came across this amazing event, and now I feel that I can work on my idea. Currently, I work as a project manager for different companies, both like European and American ones, and I think this event is really sparkling, and I really like it. So I really nice to meet you all, and we'll be glad to connect with all of you after the official part.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa, and currently I'm the manager at building my own startup as a project, as we are looking AI to support people with communication online, social media, and different messengers. So I'm here to learn with this great people, exchange ideas, and just kind of push forward to build and bring our ideas to reality. Nice to meet you, everyone.
Right. Hello, everybody. I'm Max. I came here because the middle of the admin right here told me about this opportunity. I just wanted to meet new people, get to know more about business, how to create a startup. I have my own prototype created already that is about placing all of these coaches around the globe that you can just use your phone and work out without a person helping you out. And yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Max, guess what my first son's name is?
Really?
What do you think his name is? My sons are named Max and Zach. Cool. I will not forget your name. And I will occasionally call you Zach.
Interesting fact about me, 2 days ago, I was supposed to lost my voice. But I still decided to come, just because I think it's a great opportunity. I'm a student at the University of Sheffield, and I came here to meet new people, to join new communities, and to just develop my skills. Yeah, nice to meet you all.
Hello year computer science student, and so far I have a few ideas that I want to bring to life. That's why I'm on this bootcamp, just to learn how to start it and eventually create something. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Misha. I'm from Ukraine, but now I live in Manchester. I work as a software engineer, and I'm here to learn, get inspired, and hopefully create something.
Hi everyone, I'm Anand. I'm currently an undergrad here at Oxford. So I have an idea in mind currently. It's related to travel advisory and creating guidelines, itinerary, personalized itinerary based on your budget constraints and other factors. But I'm also open to other ideas and basically exploring this field more in more details.
My name is Red. I just finished my medical degree, so I'm interested in health tech and health innovation. I have my own idea, which is relating around hair, but I'm honestly open to ideas and meeting co-founders.
So you just finished your medical degree?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. These two here are doing something medically too. Fantastic.
Hi, guys. I'm Owen. I'm a physicist here in Oxford, and I have my own idea. It's very interesting. It's in the specialty coffee industry, and my friends and I have just done some, made a prototype to go to market at some point. But I'm actually here because I like to implement ideas. I like to hear about ideas. So anything technical. So thank you.
Wait, you're a physicist and you have a coffee idea. Are you gonna use protons to blast up caffeine molecules to give us a bigger boost?
It's not as complicated as protons. Something in the realm of fluid dynamics.
Ah, very cool. What is your name again? Owen. Got it. Owen Low.
I'm a biomedical engineer, and I'm here to refine my startup that is about medical education through simulations. And I'm here also to connect with the founders and maybe people interested in joining the team. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Jay. I study here at Oxford, and I'm here to learn and to work on my idea, which is due to the rise in echo chambers and public discourse becoming really toxic and intolerant. I want a news and discussion site that takes all of the perspectives, like a news story or topic of debate, and then puts them in one place for people to easily compare, be exposed to new ideas, and then discuss with people they disagree with in an agreeable way.
Ah, so it's like an automated psychotherapist between a Trump lover and a Trump hater.
Exactly.
Ah, what? Oh my God, we really need that. Yeah, my girlfriends and I have one friend who's very conservative and a Trump lover, and I'm not. Oh no, it's me and her. Now, one night we were just slamming Chardonnay bottles until 1 a.m. and we both had the worst hangover. So we decided that when we were arguing, we would stop at 2 bottles. So, what? Say that? Huh? Each or total. I am getting used to this weird form of English. I'm teasing you. Yeah. Actually, to be honest, we had 4 bottles. No, we had 4 bottles. Thank you. But I'm just teasing you. Okay, next one.
I have an idea for a startup which is in kind of revision study planning. It's IPO'd. Still very early stages, so it'd be great to meet some people who can help me with that.
Fantastic.
I'm really excited
to meet some very, very interesting people. So looking forward to it.
Thanks, Indira.
Hello everyone, my name is Philip. I'm a default engineer, now in my penultimate year, and I'm here to just meet other technical founders potentially that I could work with, build upon my idea, and just learn more about entrepreneurship.
What kind of engineer did you say you are?
I'm doing information theory.
Uh-huh.
Optimization of machine learning workflows. So probably, hopefully, if I build an idea, this will be focused, as it definitely will have a machine learning component.
Oh, you can really help the psychotherapists.
I'm looking for a technical founder too.
You're looking for a technical founder. Fantastic.
Hi, I'm Connor. I postgrad in energy systems. My background for the last 6.5 years work, so within energy as well. So if you've got anything that touches on that, do come and talk to me. I have an idea that I've been sitting on for about 1.5 years. So I'm mainly here so I can actually decide whether to do it or not. It's a go. And government legislation changed about a month ago, which makes this a lot more viable now. So I really do need to get on with it. So hopefully this week will help me decide whether to do it.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then Ava. Ava's back there.
Born and raised in Hong Kong. I'm currently working on 2 side projects and potentially spin-off, and pretty much I want to learn more about the finance side of things because I don't much of it.
Fantastic.
I also want to, because I'm also here as a participant, so as a helper here. Hi everyone, my name is Daniel. Either is fine. I'm from Ukraine, study here in the UK, 2nd year. So the project, I've ended up here because I've been in the Cheryl since that bootcamp in 2023. Nothing wrong with that, anyway. So the project I'm thinking about here is we're working with Cheryl to bring AI to help students prepare for exam better, specifically like high school exams. Because one problem I'm sure on encountered is that those exams, past papers, they run out, and we can try to address that how students learn on their own. So thanks to each other.
Thanks, Danny. All right. So I'm curious because I couldn't keep track. My meter wasn't good enough. I need you to build a machine. So how many of you guys are associated with Ukraine? Okay. And then how many of you are associated with Oxford? Okay. No, it's awesome because it's got an even mix. And then who's associated with like a different university? Okay, fantastic. This is so cool because, cool is an old word. It's supposed to be, this is so sick. This is sick. Anyways, that we have such a mix of people here that you can meet outside of your regular, community, right? And I really hope you guys go and talk to different people. Don't stick to the same people. And, not too much Ukrainian language, okay? Because you won't make connections outside. And we'll get started. So, who wants to know about how this week is going to work? You guys all came here on a Monday. You're going to spend all week here, both days and nights. You don't know what you're in for. Okay, that's pretty gutsy. All right, so let's get started. This bootcamp that we're doing this week is based on a bootcamp that I teach at UC Berkeley, okay? And I teach in the Entrepreneurship Center of the engineering school at Berkeley, not the business school. And it's targeted, our engineering center was targeted more towards creating technology startups, all right? You're gonna kill me, Edward. Can I try playing a video? Yesterday he goes, "Are you going to play a video?" And I said, "No, now. Let me just try. If it doesn't work." Okay. I'm trying to get to exit. That's a hyperlink. Okay. It's not working. Well, you guys can, I'll show it to you at lunch. How about that? Okay, but that hyperlink, so this is the website to my class. So you can take a look at it during break, and this hyperlinks. And it also hyperlinks to a video, which is an interview of a whole bunch of students who took my class. So you get the sense of it, okay? Oh, I know it, but no. There. So I'm the boot camp instructor. So this is the class I teach at Berkeley. And I've taught this class 18 times. All right. But I've also taught it around the world in different places, like at the Amsterdam Center for Entrepreneurship, in Vienna, in Malaysia, in Hong Kong, many times. And I'll be doing it in Qatar in a few weeks. So it's fun because, oh yeah, I did it in Taiwan 2 weeks ago for biomedical researchers at the National Taipei Tech University. So I was immersed in medical stuff. So that's why when I saw Han Yu's submission, I go, ooh, I get to do some more. Okay. And that is my email. And then that is my telephone number. If you need to get a hold of me, text me on WhatsApp. Ask me, Katya, what time did you receive my WhatsApp from me last night? I woke up and I'm like, okay, I need something. I go, Katya, here. Okay. And then when she texts me, I'll text her back. And she texts me and she goes, do you need me to bring you some coffee? Okay. So because this week is going to go so fast. And if you have any questions, make sure you ask. And then the other person, oh yeah, and please don't call me at 1 a.m. Oh, it's been known to happen. One night, my phone is shaking at 1 a.m. And I look at it. And my husband is like, who's that? I go, Mudit. He goes, why is Mudit texting you at 1 a.m.? I said, he has girlfriend problems. And my husband's like, oh, brother, turn it off. All right. Some other important people is Katya. She's the program manager. She has been working around the clock making this happen. And just the details, making sure everything works like magic. Okay. And so that's her email. So you can email her, but she'll be here from morning till night. Okay. And then another person is Helen Clark, who you met earlier. For the Ukrainians who are here from like overseas or from distance, Helen has been the person managing all the like travel and accommodations. So if you have questions, please talk to Helen, and not just talk to her, like make sure you text with her, because that's the best way to organize it. And this is primarily for the Ukrainians. Okay, we have one other person that came in. Are you a student? Do you want to introduce yourself? Oh, stand up.
I'm just exploring the entrepreneurship space and how I can tie quantum technologies with some real-world impactful projects. I'm just interested in this.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome, because that area is really emerging fast now. So that's exciting. Perfect time. Okay, now do you want to know how the boot camp works? Okay, here it goes. Today's Monday. we're going to have some talks and some games, okay? And then what we're going to do after lunch is we're going to have a guest speaker. And then after that, you guys are going to pitch your ideas, okay? At lunchtime, I'm going to have a form. And the people that want to pitch an idea, just type in your form. And then what you'll do is when we do the pitch ideas, everyone will have 1 minute to come and pitch ideas. And then we'll have team formation. And what we're going to do during team formation is all the people that have ideas are trying to recruit a team. I'm thinking, how many people do we have? We have 22. So you want teams of 4 to 5, okay? Which what we found is an optimal team to be able to work together and get all the work done. And the team that you work on this week, that you're not stuck with these people forever, okay? I mean, I'm not asking you to commit to getting married in 5 days, but it's more to have a diverse group of people to work on an idea. And if you decide to work together, that's great, but you're not obligated to. And so what will happen is we have like 22 people here divided by 4 and 5. We're looking about 5 to 6 teams. All right. And people who have less than 3 people or less, then either you find someone to join your team or you break up and go join other teams. And it sounds very chaotic, but it actually has worked many, many times. The other thing is, if you have an idea and you don't get enough people you don't get a minimum of 4 people on your team, then you join another team. But I guarantee you that everything you learn working on this other idea will be easily transferable when you break off later and decide to do your own idea. Because you will have a chance to actually learn how to, create a prototype. You'll have a chance to learn how to create a business model, how to do a go-to-market. And once you learn how to do it, it'll be very easy to go and apply it to your new idea. And that's why you see so many entrepreneurs start 1 company, 2 companies, 3 companies, because once you know how to do it, you can easily do it. All right? And then at the end of the day, after you form your teams, Katya's got a really fun team challenge to test your team. Are you ready? Okay, we're ready. Then on Tuesday, we're going to have more talks and games. And we'll have a couple guest speakers. And then we have a teamwork, where you guys start working on your ideas. We'll have mentors here to walk around and bounce ideas off of. And we have yet another team challenge. And this one is hilarious. You will actually be going outside. What? Are you kidding me? Oh no. Just wear comfortable shoes. And the good news is it's not raining. Okay. I mean, when I do this exercise at Berkeley, I have to buy 100 raincoats. And it's really funny because I buy all different colors and you see this mass of colors running around campus. But it's extremely team building. Okay. And then you will have mentors to meet with you. Oh, I take back. Tonight, after we form your teams and do the projects, you guys are going to go with your teams out to dinner. And you're going to go and get to know each other. Because that is the first part. If you don't build the team, you don't start building team interactions and learn to work together, this week will be miserable. All right. Then Wednesday, we have a global speaker come, really inspirational global speaker. We're going to do a session on learning how to pitch. Who likes to pitch? Okay. Who doesn't like to pitch? Okay, you're going to have to learn. And then we'll have more teamwork with mentors. And through this whole time, we're going to be teaching you different parts of doing a startup. And then on Thursday, you're going to practice your elevator pitches. Okay, and we'll have some guest talk and more teamwork with mentors. On Friday, what you're going to do in the morning is you're going to practice your final presentations, do a dry run. We'll give you feedback, and you have a few hours to work on it. And then in the afternoon, you're going to be doing final presentations. We've already got 3 investor judges, and we're trying to get 1 more. And we're talking real investors, okay? And then there's a really fun exercise where you do reflections about the week and what you experience. And that's my favorite part of this week, because it means we're done. We made it. And the reflections are funny, funny, funny. Okay? And then we'll network. Does that make sense? Now, some key resources is, have you guys received a copy of the agenda? Okay. Do you see right there? Do you see Katya's email right there? Please email her, and then yeah, and she'll she'll email you the link to the folder with the latest agenda. And if we update the agenda, that folder will keep being updated. And so another thing, in that agenda, you will find a link to the Bootcamp participants folder. This folder is where we'll keep all the stuff for you guys, like the assignments, like the ideas for startup ideas, like when you work on your presentations, you'll put them up. We also have the list of mentors there. So it's really your repository of all the stuff, and you just click on that thing and you will find everything in this Bootcamp folder. And then now, who here, you guys were amazing. You were all on time. At Berkeley, we don't start our classes till 10 minutes after. I mean, it's just a given. The students will not be on time. So when we record our classes, they don't even do it till 10 minutes after. And I'm like, wait a moment, I lose 10 minutes. But you guys were all on time, except for one person, but I won't hold it against you. And so one thing we did was we created a Google Calendar. So in that agenda, at the top of the page, this is the agenda. There's a link to the Google folder. And then there's a link to this Google Calendar, and you can download it to your phone. And so what happens is whenever a next session comes up, it'll remind you, like, get back to the classroom. Session's about to start. Because when I first started teaching, do you know what I hated more than anything else? What? Filtered coffee? No. What I hated was telling the students to come sit down. I'm like, time to start. Oh yeah, you mate, really? That party? How many people were there? I'm like, come on, sit down. I felt like I was like mom to 100 students, and I was screaming. So now we're going to have this Google Calendar that will alert you to come back and sit down. Got it? All right. Some food for thought. This boot camp is just one step in your journey as an entrepreneur. Okay? Successful startups are the results of iteration and iteration and iteration. And you're not going to get it perfect the first time. It's really important to network, get valuable input, and collaborate. And you learn the most by immersing. Don't say, I'm just going to observe. I'm just going to sit and learn. That's not the way to learn. The way to learn is jump in and try to do something. Like, I'm working with an executive class right now, and they jumped in and immersed themselves and did a financial projections for the first time. This guy who's an engineer, and it was lopsided. And I'm like, well, I'm really proud of you for trying, but it needs to be horizontal, not vertical. Okay? And we want to make this week super fun and engaging. One point I want to make is the reason for this format of doing a 5-day boot camp is really to expose you to all the different steps that you're going to have to go through to do a successful startup. And the thing is we don't have time to go really deep into any of these. Like, we don't have time for you to go out and interview 100 customers. We don't have time for you to run 1,000 iterations of a business model, but at least you get exposed to them. And then later, when you really go work on your startup, you know what you need to work on. Because if we only start with the beginning, which is design thinking and understand the customers, you don't realize there's all these other steps. And it's better to get a big picture and then go deep. Does that make sense? All right. Cool. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is switch to a new presentation. I want everyone to stand up and introduce yourself to one other person. Come on, stand up, introduce one other person at your table that you haven't already talked to.
All across the world.
Press pause.
Oh, I see. I see.
I also released music 4 years ago. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Can do. Can do. I saw the camera. Only if you say I agree with you. Trump's an asshole. All right. Look. I need a bell. All right. Let's get started again. We're going to have a super long networking exercise after this. So, siéntate means sit down in Spanish. And for those of you who speak Mandarin, 请坐. Did you meet some cool people? All right. Now, it's going to be even more fun. You're going to find out even more. Is that an evil laugh? Okay, what is the evil laugh? Okay, I have, by the way, I have two sons. One is 28 and one is 32. So very close in age to many of you. So don't think I don't know what's going on. All right. So I'm going to talk about mindset because that is really the most important starting point for entrepreneurship. You guys may think that technology, because you're a technologist, or your idea, or whatever, is the most important part of a startup, but it's not, because there are so many smart people with smart ideas, but not all of them. In fact, very few of them become successful entrepreneurs. Okay? And one of the most important reasons is that you have to have a special mindset in order to be a successful entrepreneur. What do you think some of those characteristics are? Open-minded, positive thinking, strong belief, what? Hard work, resilience. Okay, good. You guys got a whole bunch of them. So let's get talking about it. About myself. Okay. I think I showed you. Where do you think I'm from? Okay. And English is my which language? Third. Yeah. I learned Taiwanese, which is a dialect, then Mandarin, then English. Okay. And then I learned Spanish, but I'm still trying to learn Ukrainian. Okay. But I found out the coolest thing yesterday is, thank you is Jack Kuyu, right? All right. I've struggled because I started going to Ukraine in 2012 and I keep saying Jack Kuyu. They're like, no, Gigi, no, Gigi. And then finally yesterday, Helen and Katya were like, it's Ja Kuyu. And I went, oh my God, Ja means to eat in Taiwanese. Oh my God, it's the same word as to eat in Taiwanese. Now I can say Ja Kuyu. Isn't that good? It took me 13 years to make the connection. All right. So I was born in Taiwan. I grew up in the US. So I went to Stanford and I have a bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering. And oh ye of Mr. Energy here, and oh ye of thermal and fluids. That was my specialty, was thermodynamics and fluids. So let's wrap on some of that stuff, okay? And then I decided that I wanted to go into business. So I went to the business school at UC Berkeley. And I don't know if you guys know, you guys have this big race, rowing race between Cambridge and Oxford, right? Okay, well, we have a big football game race between Stanford and Berkeley. Okay, which school do I cheer for? What? No, I cheer for Stanford because that's where I went to college. It's kind of, that's when you learn to drink too much, right? Let me think. I mean, I can talk about drinking in this audience. I got the Brits and I got the Ukrainians. Oh yeah, we can talk about it. I cannot talk about this in Qatar. No alcohol. Okay. So I actually root for Stanford at the game. Then what happened is when I first graduated, I worked for Fortune 100s. I worked for Exxon, Pepsi, and AT&T as an engineer. And I was a refinery engineer. And I smelled like diesel fuel. Okay. And then I smelled like chocolate when I worked for Pepsi. And then when I was at AT&T, my customers were doing startups. Oh, they were playing music. They were changing the world. They were sitting here whiteboarding, coming up with all these awesome ideas. And I was working for a boring old telco. So I quit my job, took a half cut in pay to go to a startup. And that my first startup I went to was an internet company And that was when internet was new, and we wanted to bring internet to everyone. Doesn't that sound cool? Can you imagine a world without internet? Well, okay. Anyways, then after being on the founding teams of 5 or 6 startups, then people started asking me to come and speak. Like the Amsterdam Center for Entrepreneurship, which was a collaboration among 4 universities. They asked me to come to Amsterdam and talk about Silicon Valley. And I did. And they said, can you give us a class on how to start a technology company? And I'm like, bleh, bleh. And then I'm like, yeah, sure. And then I was writing the content every day I taught. I'd stay up till 3 a.m. and go present it, 3 a.m. But guess what? One of the companies in that very first boot camp in May of 2013 raised 250 million euros. They're a med tech company, and they're selling their equipment all around the world, including to Oxford and Cambridge. Isn't that cool? And it was the student was an Italian PhD student in microfluidics. So anyways, so it got going. And so now I teach, well, I was teaching boot camps before I joined Berkeley. And then Berkeley then asked me to come to Berkeley and teach my boot camp program. And everyone thinks, oh, you get to teach all these programs because you taught at Berkeley. And it's opposite. Because I taught all these programs elsewhere, Berkeley asked me to teach at Berkeley. And so at our center, all the faculty are part-time because we're all industry. We all came from industry. We were entrepreneurs or we were product managers. And then I teach 30% of the time at Berkeley, and the rest of the time I have my own business and I teach around the world. And I kind of put together a list of how many countries I spoke at, and it actually got up to 40. Isn't that cool? Oh, you guys want to hear something else? Kind of cool. When I was a freshman at Stanford, I saw the program to come and spend a semester at Oxford, because we had a partnership with Oxford. And I'm like, Oxford, that's so cool. Like, and I applied for it. And then I got in. And then I had a boyfriend. And I decided I didn't want to leave him. So I turned down my Oxford. And then so I've never been here till yesterday. And then, yeah, can you believe it? And then here I am at Oxford, decades later. Okay? And by the way, I broke up with him 3 months after I turned it down. Okay, moral of the story is, unless you're married and have kids, don't turn down anything for your boyfriend or girlfriend. So these are a whole bunch of companies I've worked with. One organization that I've taught innovation to was NATO. And it's kind of crazy because NATO, I went to Washington, D.C. and taught a week program there, but they also sent 5 colonels from NATO to come to my bootcamp class in Berkeley. And I told all these older men and women, you can't just watch, you have to immerse. You have to join a team. At the end of the week, the NATO guys are like, whoa, these college students, whoa, they learn so fast, they make decisions so fast, they act so fast. It's crazy. I'm like, what do you think you were supposed to learn? You slow fuddy-duddy. Okay. And then for the Ukrainians, back in 2012, one of the very first incubators in Ukraine was Happy Farm. And I was teaching at Happy Farm. And like one of the startups from Happy Farm is now doing this food ordering company in LA. And they're very successful. Yeah. And then I was at IT Arena last September in Leave, which was really cool. So it was kind of fun. There sure was a lot of partying in Leave. Okay. It was like, wait a moment, a war? There's no war. No, but no, one thing that was really exciting for me was to see that people were not going to stop living and they were still living life to the fullest. So, but that's the Ukrainian spirit, right? What is it? Slava Ukrainia? Yes, Slava Ukrainia. All right, here we go. What is that? Can you guys see back there? Do we need to lower the screen? What? Raise your hand. What? What kind of bill? Okay, you can say it. No, you guys, don't feel bad if you don't get it right. This is half the fun. Yeah? A what? A checkbook page? Okay. Anyone back there? Hey, Stephen, do you know what this is? He's what? He's the closest. It's an airplane ticket. Yeah, it actually is. That is an airplane ticket. In the olden days, before internet, an airplane ticket was a sheaf of pages, and then they wrote carbon. Each one was a carbon paper, and it inked all the way through. And each sheet was a leg of your trip. Okay, what happens when you miss your flight because your flight was late because of weather? Yeah. Yeah, you have to go to the counter and they would rebook all the flights, and then take whiteout and rewrite each of the pages. You think you have life hard. You guys have no idea. When you guys complain like, oh my God, my life is so hard. And I'm like, really? So that's an airplane ticket in the olden days with no internet. Okay, what's that? Come on, techie people. It actually doesn't measure, but you're getting close. Does anyone know what this is? What? Who said what? It is a type of calculator. Okay, when I was in high school, we didn't have calculators. They didn't exist. And so you had to change every number to scientific notation, like 6.33 times 10 to the 22, or so on. Or what's Avogadro's number? Wait. I'm going to do something. Okay, raise your hand. Who wants to guess at Avogadro's number? All right, Sophia, you started to say it.
Okay, the first number is 6.
Okay, no, but you have to say it right.
Okay, 6.02 times 10 to the 23.
Oh, yeah, you got it right. Awesome. Okay, I just got back from Taiwan and I have all these cookies. You can have a cookie from Taiwan. Yeah. All right. So basically, with a slide rule, you would take all these numbers like 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd times 7.56, and you would use the slide rule to do that calculation. And then you would take the 10 to the powers, and that's easy to do because you just add those things. And that's how I did AP chemistry in high school. Now, do you feel like you have life very easy? Now you don't even use a calculator. You just go, ChatGPT, what is the derivative of blah? Okay? What's that? Okay, who's used a telephone like this recently? You did recently? Yeah. Okay, that's a rotary telephone, okay? So the digital revolution happened. Okay, and it happened probably when I was like 25. And this is the funniest cartoon. These are two boys who are on the first day of class. And what these two boys are doing is this, they're looking at this book that the teacher handed to them. And one kid looks at the next kid and goes, "Hey, dude, how do you turn this on?" They'd never seen a book. Everything they had was electronic. All right? That's what this generation is. So now the ticket, it goes to an app instead of an airplane ticket, right? You just have an app on your phone. And you can even like look at your app and track your bags. Isn't that crazy? Compared to us walking around. My dad took our whole family back to Taiwan in 1976. And I am the oldest of 5 kids. So he had 7 books of those carbon papers. And we missed our flight in LA. And there's 5 screaming kids, and the youngest was 1 month old, running around LA airport while they sat there and spent 3 hours rebooking us. So the next time you miss your flight, don't complain, okay? So there's the slide rule, and then we finally got the calculator. Remember, anyone ever used the HB12C? What? You had one, yeah. And then now you just use the computer, or you just use your iPhone. And there's a calculator, but I know you guys are all just using ChatGPT, right? Who's just for fun? How many people are paying for ChatGPT? Okay, it's only $20 a month, and it sure is worth it. Are you using it? Of course. Okay. Okay, now you got the telephone, right? And you don't dial. You don't even punch numbers. You just go, "Siri, call Xu Wei." Right? Is that crazy how the world is changing? And then now we have the next gigantic revolution with AI and blockchain. So, like searching for answers. In 1998, Google came out, and this is Google. And you just put in your question, and it asks it. And I've been waiting and waiting for something to displace Google, because they've been around for, almost 30 years, right? That's just too long. And they started out saying, "Let's do no evil." And then now they do all evil. So I've been waiting. But was it going to be another keyword search engine? No. What's displaced Google? ChatGPT, large language models. Because now when you have a question, you don't ask Google. You just go ask ChatGPT. So there's a big wave of change, right? Now you look at financial transactions. This is the bank, all right? My husband is a doctor. And on Friday, what he does is he goes and gets the checks and the cash from the week from the patient, and he puts it in an envelope, and he tells his assistant, "Stephanie, I'm going to go to the bank and deposit." And Stephanie always says, "Oh, Dr. Carrig, you don't have to do that. I can do it." He goes, No, I will do it." Why do you think Dr. Carrig won't let his secretary go deposit his money? Risk and security, she might lose it. Okay. Why do you think he didn't want her to go and deposit it? She might take it. Well, his last assistant did steal $32,000. But Stephanie's been with him for 20 years and she hasn't. So, but good guess. She's not good at tracking his progress. Yeah, she's not that bright. No, just kidding. Okay. Do you know why he goes down? Because the bank teller is this cute young woman. And on Fridays, he always dresses in his nice dress shirt and a tie, and he skirts on his polo, and he goes down to deposit his money, and the teller is like, "Oh, Dr. Carrick, it's so nice to see you today. Oh, and you smell so nice." And then he feels so good. Okay. People ask me when I say that, they go, "Doesn't it make you mad?" I go, "No, it just means he's still red-blooded." Okay, so I mean, that's the bank, is the human interaction and all that sort of stuff, right? But the thing is more and more, they're telling you to go to ATMs. They're telling you to do mobile banking. You know, people are not going to banks. It's a new world, a new generation. When my students do some work for me, I'll pay them. And I'll say, "Hey, give me your bank account. I'll pay you some money." And they go, "Gigi, I don't have a bank account." I'm like, "How am I supposed to give you money?" One of my students said, "Oh, you can transfer some Bitcoin to my MetaMask wallet." Oh, what's that? Okay. MetaMask is a cryptocurrency wallet. Who has a MetaMask wallet here? Ooh, I have one too. I created it after I lost half my money on FTX. Okay. So now the world's changing. It's crypto natives versus crypto immigrants, right? Like, it's like, if you don't have crypto, you're not cool. All right. And so what's happening with all these new type of financial institutions and crypto? What's happening? Because the young people are not using banks. And what's going to happen to all these big banks? So the world's changing. It's changing so much. And so we need to be ready. And also not just be ready, we need to take advantage of this changing world and look at all the new things that you guys can start as companies. So what does an inventor do? It's a very simple question. Not quite. The inventor. What? Comes up with sources to problem? Solutions to problems. Not quite. Inventor. Invent. They make new things. Okay, you guys are jumping ahead. Okay, inventors just make new things. What does an innovator do? Daniel, you want to start again? Exactly. Innovators invent new things to solve a problem for someone. Got it? So an inventor is inventing something that is a solution to solve a problem. Okay? Next, what does an entrepreneur or an intrapreneur do? Entrepreneur does a startup. Intrapreneur does innovative things inside a company. So what do? Yep. They realize the business opportunity to make money from the innovation. All right? And you guys want to go through this journey. You want to go from an inventor. You don't want to be just an inventor. A lot of people invent stuff that doesn't have any value, looks good, but you can't, no one needs it. You want to be an innovator, invent something to solve a problem. And then the last part is figure out how to make money. And this is the journey that you want to take. So, with this world that's changing, how do we adapt and innovate and take advantage of it and become innovators and entrepreneurs? You do it beginning with your mindset. Okay, does that sound really high and lofty, like you might see on BBC or something? What is that? What's that show? Masterpiece Theater. Does it sound like Masterpiece Theater? It all begins with mindset. Okay, how do I do the British accent? It all begins with mindset. Is that posh enough? What? Okay, East London. How do I make it poshy? Okay, you guys can teach me later. Okay. Where are you from? What? What town? Chichester. Oh, okay. Cool. It's a nothing. I'm learning. Oh, can I tell you guys something really funny? Do you guys know Salisbury? It's a town, Salisbury. So yesterday when I was having breakfast, I met this little old lady from Salisbury. And I said to her, oh, Salisbury. That's where Salisbury steak came from. And she's like, huh? There's no such thing as Salisbury steak. I go, but we serve it all the time in the US. And must be from Salisbury. I looked it up. It was invented by an American doctor named Salisbury. I was arguing with her for 15 minutes. Like, it's a real thing. Look, I found it on the internet. Okay. So it begins with mindset. So I teach in the College of Engineering. It's an entrepreneurship center. Our office is at the football stadium. American football, not soccer. And what we realize is, in the traditional way of teaching, you guys, the teachers just teach you lots of content, you take notes, and you memorize it, and you take a test, right? That's how you learn. But wait a moment, think about it. Is in entrepreneurship, you're going to go do something brand new, create something total new solution, total new business model, total new way of doing things. How can a teacher teach you how to do it? Because they've never done it before. Okay? So entrepreneurship cannot be taught in the traditional way of rote education. And so we developed an approach to teaching entrepreneurship, which consists of 5 pillars. And they consist of inductive learning. It consists of instilling in you the right mindsets and behaviors. And frameworks and cases. This is more about business topics. And networks and connections, that's the 4th. What's networks and connections? What do you think it's about? What? Opportunities with people. You've got to have tons of networks and connections with people. If you look like all these successful startups, right? It wasn't one person. It was a person that knew how to network and connect and recruit the right people, who knew how to raise money, who knew how to sell. And so being able to network and connect is a very important skill. And then the last is journey-based. You learn by doing. You don't just learn by studying. You learn by doing. And that's why I really want you guys to dive in this week and dive in, especially in areas that you don't know. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Amsterdam asked me to teach in 2012, and I hadn't taught before. I'm like, bleh. And I had to say yes, and now I'm here, 13 years later. Okay. So inductive learning is, here's the thing. In the olden days, let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever been to an airport and there was a line there? Like it was a crowd. Okay? It was congestion. So let me ask you, what is faster? Having one line, waiting in line, or you go and choose which line you stand in? So it's better to have one long line and you go to the front of what's open, or that you choose which one you go to? How many people say 1? Okay. How many people say 2? Okay. Now the people who said 1, why do you say that? Wait, what's your major? Philosophy and economics. Okay. Have you done proofs before? Okay, so you can actually prove that having one, you can mathematically prove that just one long line is faster than people choosing. And a lot because of what she said, it takes out the decision making. Okay, so when I was taking operations research as a subject, our professor spent one whole hour developing this proof. And at the end, voila, one line is faster. I'm like, oh my God, you know? And every time I go to the airport and they make you go through this line like this, I go, queuing theory says this is faster. Queuing theory says this is faster. Okay? Because you feel so frustrated, like, oh, I want to choose which line, but it's actually faster. But in today's world, I don't tell my students, I don't do the proof for them. I just tell them one line is faster. And guess what? I tell them you should prove that. You should figure it out yourself. Okay? Why am I telling the student to do it? Why am I not being like my professor and developing the proof? Is it because I want to go and sit at the pub? Exactly. The reason that we want to do inductive learning is getting the students to figure it out themselves, is we need the students to think on their own. They need to think and figure it out instead of being told what to do. Because you young people are the ones that need to think and figure out the problems that this world is leaving you. Okay? Do you guys, who thinks like the world's kind of in a chaotic situation now? What? We are a singularity point. Who thinks we're running really well? What?
It's getting better, but it's also chaotic. We can't, I don't think you can get it.
Positive mindset. Okay. All right. This will be a fun discussion later over lunch. Okay. So let's get the other pillars. Is frameworks and mechanics. One of the pillars is about business topics. You have to know a minimum number of business topics to be able to do a startup, because it's about making money, counting it, how do you generate money? So you have to know some business topics. Networks, we already talked about. In order to help students build networks, we have speakers come in, guest speakers, so you hear from different people. We have mentors come in, so can help you. So you learn to work on stuff, and you learn to ask for help, and you learn to take advice. And you also learn how to take advice the right way. You just don't obey mentors. You just listen to them and understand why they say what they say. But it's your company. You have to do what you want. We have networking events, working sessions, and rules of engagement. One important thing about rules of engagement is I'm going to write a page of notes in your participants folder that's going to tell you the assignments and all this sort of stuff. And I'm going to have you read an article that I wrote, is that you always need to be creating value. If you're going to build a relationship with anyone, it has to be a two-way street. Okay? Like if I'm going to build a relationship with you, what's your name? Kate. I have to give you value and you have to give me value, or the relationship's not going to last long. So as you go out and you want to get someone to help you on your business, you want someone to mentor you, your value is that mentor understands your industry and they can help you a lot. My question to you is, what is the value that you're giving your mentor? There has to be some value, or they're going to not want to do this for very long. So I want you to think about that two-way value. In my class at Berkeley, we actually have like 10 or 12 mentors come every evening, and they take time off their jobs to come and mentor. They don't get paid for it. So what do the students give back to the mentor? What do you think you can give back? Because there's a bunch of mentors coming in this week to help you, and they're not getting paid. So what value are you going to give them? Yeah, fresh look, like insights into new things like quantum computing, insights on the new things like epidemiology, but just even gratitude. One of my friends is a director at Visa, and he goes, I love coming to boot camp. I feel so much more appreciated at boot camp than I ever do at my stupid company. Do you know what I mean? So just make sure that you're giving back in addition to receiving. Okay, so let's talk about mindsets and behaviors. So mindset, it's about your mindset, your attitude, your approach to dealing with life. This professor, she's a professor of psychology at Stanford University. I have a quick question. Is it hot in here? Is it hot in here? It's okay? Okay. It's been really cold in the US, so it's kind of hot. Anyways, and I am not getting hot flashes because I'm way over that. All right. So Carol Dweck, she's a professor of psychology, and she studied students from age 5 or from kindergarten to 12th grade. And while she was doing that, she observed 2 types of students. Students who had a fixed mindset, who felt like I'm only good at a certain number of topics, and I'm good at English and I'm not good at math. So I'm just going to stick to English and sociology. Then on the opposite end, she found these students who were growth mindset, who didn't feel restricted, and they were just interested in trying new things. And so they had a growth mindset. So you had a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. Which one do you think Steve Jobs was? He was a growth mindset. Like, oh, computers, personal computers. Oh, Dad, give me some money. I want to go buy some parts. I'm going to create a club around personal computers. And the fixed mindsets are like just stuck doing only what they're comfortable with. Another thing she found out is that what people's lives, what they experience, has a great impact on their mindset. And so women are taught to be safe, right? Don't do that. Don't get hurt. Okay? Oh, be perfect. Am I pretty? Am I a good girl? While boys are taught, take a chance. Go out there. Go out on there. Check that guy. Doesn't matter if you break a leg as long as you score a goal, right? So the boys are taught to be brave and take chances, and the girls are taught to be safe. And this actually reflects into the workplace. Hewlett-Packard looked at all these job listings that they had. They had all these job listings, different roles with different requirements. And they analyzed all the people that applied. And what percentage of the requirements listed for a job posting did the men have? So out of all these job listings, all these men applied, what percentage of those requirements did those men have? What is your name again? Lorraine. Give me a number. Percentage. 10%. Ouch. Ouch. How do you feel, Edward? Are you only 10% qualified to do IT? Anyone else want to guess? What? 30? Oh, wow. You guys are tough on guys. Are the guys that bad in the UK? Okay, it's actually 60. So men, when they apply for jobs, on the average, they only have 60% of the qualifications listed. Okay, now for women, what percentage do you think women have? 100. Women don't apply for a job until they feel like they've gotten all the requirements, if not more. Is that crazy? Okay, so women, stop complaining that you don't get promoted. It's because you're not applying to all these hard jobs that the men are applying. This links to an article in Harvard Business Review about this. Okay, so women, don't be chicken. okay? Or I'm going to kick your ass. All right. So, you want to hear about the growth mindsets and behaviors? Okay. People with a growth mindset and behavior have a wide comfort zone. And what that means is they don't stick to the same old, same old. They like to try new things. They like to come to the US. They like to do this. I mean, the Ukrainians, yeah, you have no choice but to have a wide comfort zone at this point in time. Another thing about growth mindsets and behaviors is that people with a growth mindset, they are trusting. They generate trust. Okay? Who here feels like, in general, they trust people? Okay. So, because what happens is if you're in a startup, you've got a new team. If you don't trust people on your new team, you won't work together. You won't share info, and your team won't get much done. Got it? But if you just assume trust and you work faster, your team will be more productive. If someone betrays your trust, then you deal with it. But you start with trust. A third one is good connectors. We talked about that. Inductive learning, we talked about that. And with regards to inductive learning, is someone who's doing a lot of inductive learning is doing a lot of experimenting and reflection. Like you're trying new things, it doesn't work, you reflect on why it didn't work, and the next time is better. Thomas Edison was the absolute best at this. Thomas Edison, actually, he said, I have not failed. I have only found 10,000 things that didn't work. And they led me to the light bulb. Okay? So the important thing about resilience is that you fail and you try again. And every time you fail, you analyze what went wrong. What could I do better? All right? After I broke up with my last boyfriend, my girlfriend said to me, so Gigi, what could you have done better? Why did it go wrong? I'm like, why are you asking me that? But she was actually trying to teach me to reflect on it and think about what worked and didn't work. And guess what? Based on what she had me do, I married my current husband and we stayed married. Because I thought about what went wrong and said, I'm not going to repeat those things. See, it works in life, not just startups. And then the last thing is emotional intelligence, self-awareness. Today, you're going to all end up on teams, okay? Your teams will work really well together if you have emotional intelligence, if you're paying attention to the other people on your team and knowing how they feel. Do they feel inhibited? Do they feel, mad? Sometimes when you work in teams, people get angry. And some people may be unaware that their team member is angry. And they're like happy-go-lucky. And this person's like this. Like, you should see me when I give the evil eye to my husband. And he's clueless, And then that's not good. So you have to be paying attention to other people and have emotional intelligence. You also have to have self-awareness. And what I mean by that is that you have to know what you're good at, what you're not. And definitely, if you're bad at accounting, don't try to do it. Find someone who's good at accounting. All right? So the thing is, the person who has a growth mindset and behavior is constantly learning and growing. They're constantly learning other people, growing, and that's why they have a growth mindset. The fixed mindset behavior, they only stay in the same comfort zone. They don't trust new people. They don't want to take chances. No, we're not going to do that. It's not broke. No need to fix it. They resist experimenting. And when you finally agree to try something new and it doesn't work, this is the person that says, see, I told you we shouldn't have done it. Do you know anyone like that? Oh, yeah. Okay, what happens is this person who has a fixed mindset, their brain is kind of switched off. They don't want to try new things. They don't want to learn. They don't want to grow. So this is a whole page. We've done a whole bunch of research on growth mindset at our center. And this is a whole list of behaviors that reflect growth mindset. I'm not going to go over them. You guys can look at it because in the participant folder are copies of all these presentations. But the ones I like is a growth mindset person doesn't hoard information. They share it with all the team members so that they're all empowered. Like, especially some of you who have technology, make sure you share it so that your teammates can help you go, we can do this and this, okay? The growth mindset person says what no one else wants to say. Like when they did the space shuttle that crashed, right? One of the O-rings was bad. Someone who knows that the O-ring is bad, does not want people to die, will say, hey, we have to abort this mission because something's bad and it won't work. Most people are like, I don't want to be the bad guy. But in the end, 12 people died. So sometimes it's better to say what no one else wants to say. Then very importantly, especially in this room, a growth mindset person recognizes that diversity is value, that having a diverse group is like you can't have a group of all similar people because you won't see a bigger picture of what's going on and you'll miss something. And then this is my favorite. Someone with a growth mindset sees adversity as an advantage. Okay, so just for fun, what are some of the adversities you guys faced recently?
Can you distinguish between diversity and adversity?
Adversity is something negative. Like for you, adversity for you was not having enough time to get a visa. That was adversity. Okay, how did you deal with it?
I just found something. Well, answering your question, I think I've heard that something like FBI only hire people with childhood traumas, and that's because they learn how to deal with problems, and like they don't see when something comes up, they can figure out how to get over that and not just give up.
That's good. That's good. So, I mean, for all of those of you guys from Ukraine, you've dealt with a lot of trauma, right? With your country being attacked, being displaced. Well, guess what? You have higher chances of getting hired by the FBI. Yeah, because now that Elon Musk has fired most of the FBI, there's going to be a lot of jobs available. You just have to say that you're a Trump lover. Okay, so when COVID happened, we launched a vaccine in about 1 year. Can you imagine? Can you imagine developing a vaccine in a drug company and getting it approved in 1 year? Unheard of, unheard of. But because of COVID, we just had to do it. And the world came together and we launched a vaccine in 1 year. Remember, adversity drives innovation. When there's huge adversity. Like during COVID, when Italy was one of the first places hit bad, people were dying, they didn't have ventilators. A couple people developed a ventilator out of scuba equipment. Isn't that cool? So people could breathe, you know? Some young people created an app so that grandparents who couldn't see their grandkids could read stories to their kids. Another example of adversity is wildfires in Northern California. So we've had a lot of fires in Northern California. Every year it gets dry and it burns hundreds of thousands of acres. We've also had a lot of wildfires in Greece, right? So this woman here is a Berkeley student. Her father is a firefighter. She's actually a linguistic student. She's not a techie. And she said, I need to create a platform for better communications among the firefighters. Because the firefighters, the communications is so bad, they don't know which direction they're coming from. Okay? And so the firefighter may not know the fire's coming their way, and they end up getting killed. And so she, because there was a problem, she wanted to develop a solution to help save her father's life. And she developed Perimeter, which is a communications platform for first defenders. And now she and her co-founder, who's a techie guy, were in the Forbes 30 under 30. Isn't that cool? So they founded a company to solve a problem. So they're innovators. Okay, do you think we can measure your innovation mindset? Yes, no? Okay. Here is research we've done at our center at Berkeley. And we've developed algorithms to analyze your mindset. And it's here, but I don't want you to do it now. You'll get the presentation and you can go look at the slides. And if you take the test, you get an output of innovation mindset, and you'll get a score on your ability to trust, on your resilience, how you can handle failure, diversity, how you value people who are different than you, belief and mental strength. One of you guys said this earlier today, is that strength and confidence, you're measured on that. Perfection and resource awareness is your ability to use resources around you, your ability to harness resources. Some people are perfectionists. They only want to do it themselves, and then they score low here. But you can't start a company where one person does all the work. So you have to be able to use resources. Collaboration is obvious. Comfort zone we talked about. And innovation zone is your ability to be okay with uncertainty. Hey, you're going to work on a new product. Are you okay that it might not work? Are you okay that the customers might not want to use it? Are you okay with you might not raise money? Those are unknowns, and you have to be okay with the unknowns. And I think this one's super important. There's some people who want absolute certainty. You're going to score really low here. And I think this is one of the most important parameters for having the right mindset. So who's okay with uncertainty? All right. Some successful entrepreneurs, that's Steve Jobs, right? This is Ann Wojcicki, who founded the first genetics testing company, which is amazing. And they really launched the industry. They did recently file for bankruptcy, not because they weren't innovators, but because they didn't quite figure out their business model to make money. But independent of that, that was the most amazing innovator that really launched the genetics testing industry. And who's he? What? Yep, it's Jensen Huang. It's the CEO of NVIDIA, the AI chip company. And do you know what he did in high school? He worked the night shift at a Denny's and washed dishes. And now he's the richest man in the world. Well, I don't know. Yeah, he's the richest now because Tesla stock has gone down. Okay. All of these people have probably had high innovation mindset indexes. So this is the bootcamp class that I teach at Berkeley. It's going to be like this week's class. We get together, we form ideas, form teams, meet with mentors, and work on your idea with a lot of international people. And I've always strongly encouraged diverse multicultural teams. This was one of the winning teams at one class. I had a Palestinian woman as the CEO. I had a Malaysian Chinese guy as the CTO, an Indian woman as the CMO, CFO was a German woman, and then a Chinese woman as the COO. Very diverse, huh? And this team won because they really worked together and had a broad range of ideas. we're going to teach you mindset by games, because we can't teach you mindset by telling you. You have to do stuff and fail, do stuff, test yourself, work together. And some of the student reflections from my class is they say they learn to trust people, and that people who are entrepreneurs are just normal people. They just have higher resilience. Or that you need to listen to people and trust people and work with diverse people. So in my class, they take the class, I have them take this index before the class, and they score about 70. After 5 days of this class, they score like 80. So their innovation mindset can go up in 5 days of doing stuff. So I'm really hoping that this class, you will have a chance to improve your innovation mindset. Some cultural considerations is I feel like in Asia, they always tell you older people are smarter. Older people are right. Who lives in a society where older people are supposed to be the ones you listen to? Huh? Yeah. But the thing is a lot of times older people are not the smartest, right? Do older people know about Bitcoin? Do older people know about quantum? And so this impacts diversity in that it's not just the older people who know, right? So sometimes this is not quite the right approach. And then in Asia, they're always saying, be humble, be humble. You have to be humble. When I was in 3rd grade, I wrote a whole letter in Mandarin to my grandfather. And my first years of school were really hard because I didn't speak English. And I finally learned to speak English, and I got straight A's. And I wrote a letter in Mandarin to my grandfather in Taiwan saying, Grandpa, I got straight A's. And then snail mail, 3 months later, a letter came back. And you know what he said to me? He said, Gigi, you have to be more humble. You shouldn't show off. Wait a moment. How's that going to allow me to have self-confidence? Like the moment I feel proud of myself, they go, squash. Okay? And so we have to kind of think about our cultures and overcome the stuff that might be obstacles to our growing our mindset. So innovation starts with mindset. All these things that you learn, design thinking, business model canvas, storytelling, these are tools. They're just tools. But if you have this innovation mindset, then you have the right behavior, you get results, and it builds your mindset. So for fun, that's me in Taiwan. Okay, I was very fixed mindset. You do only what your parents tell you to do, right? Charles, do you do that? And you always do what your parents tell you? No. Did you used to? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Then I went to work in a refinery. I did what the rules were, because if I didn't follow the rules, there might be an explosion and someone might die. So I kind of was a fixed mindset. But then when I launched my first startup, it was chaos. There was no rules. And my growth mindset went like this. And now I am learning how to play golf, and it's constant failure. And here's the thing about golf. If you hit the ball right, you have no idea how to repeat it because you don't know how you did it right. But if you hit it wrong, oh yeah, I didn't turn my hip. Oh, my arms are bent. And you can think about what it takes to do it right. So you're more likely to repeat it right if you do it wrong the first time. So it's okay to do it wrong. Like when I ask you guys questions and you don't get the answer right, that's good, because you're going to remember the right answer much better after not getting the right answer. All right. So my question to you is, how do you start developing your growth mindset? Just sit here and look at me? Okay, you got to go do something, okay? So are you ready? Are you ready to do something? Here we go. Group exercise. Look at your table, okay? And Ava? You're Ava, right? No. You're Ava. And then who's in the back? The person that just came in? Anjali. You guys join a table because I want you to be at a table with some people and I want you to do this exercise for the next 20 minutes. Okay, what you want to share with each other in your group is what is your secret love? Okay? And then the second question is what is one of your biggest failures and what did you learn when you reflected? Like, for example, my secret love is I like to stay in nice hotels and they have these nice bags and I collect them. I've got hundreds of them. And my husband is so mad at me. So I just rented a locker and store them there so he doesn't know. All right. That's my secret love. So you might all have your own secret loves. So ask among your group, what is your secret love? And the second question is, what is one of your biggest failures and what did you learn? By actually interacting, this is going to help you develop your growth mindset. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Ava, why don't you join this table right here? Okay. And then Anjali, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anjali, you can join this table up here. All right, you guys. Oh, he's actually going to be the speaker. Yeah, he'll introduce himself. You know what? My challenge is Peter's going to be the speaker at 1 o'clock, and he and I went to Stanford together. Okay, and if I let him talk now, we'll never have lunch. All right. I know. Down, boy, down. Okay, Anjali, right here. You can grab a chair. So, Edward, that's the end of the lecture, and we're doing exercise.
Okay, you turn this on. Hmm? Oh, it's not on the, where are we? You're in the Finder. You're not in the, oh yeah, you've got to get it to full screen. It was a moment ago. There you go. Okay. Yeah, and these are working. Okay. Just turn this off. Okay, do we have audio?
Yeah.
Good.
I turn on the mic. Hi, everyone. We have a guest speaker, Peter Henry. He's a technologist, and he's been a several-time entrepreneur, and now he's an investor and also advising startups. And his company's Act 5 Ventures, and very importantly, he is one of the judges on Friday. And he's right now going to talk about the startup journey, the journey as an entrepreneur. And not sure, did we meet? 83?
No, 82, I think. Yeah, so longer ago than either of us want to admit. So
Peter and I lived in the same house in Stanford for 1 or 2 years.
2.
2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually a converted frat house, and then it became a co-ed like housing. It's called Alpha Tau Omega.
Or ATO for short. Yeah.
And it was kind of a very fun, crazy house. One of our housemates was a guy named Chris Tucci, and he was most recently the head of the business school at London's, I think, at Imperial College. And now he's just left to start the business school at Neon University, which is the big new university in Saudi Arabia. And we had, you know, the way we were in that dorm, you would never thought we were intelligent. And you would have never thought we were going to amount to anything. Like Chris Tucci, this guy who's been the dean of all these schools in Europe, okay? He just walked around in slippers, messy hair, and bathrobe all the time. And then later on, people were like, oh yeah, Chris is the dean of business at EPFL. I'm like, Chris?
Yeah. He kept the messy hair.
He kept the messy hair, but his clothing is a little
clothing
bit. He looks like a tweed jacket now. He looks like an Oxford professor. But anyways, we had a lot of fun, but now we've all gone and have amazing adventures that we want to share with you. Peter?
Just a few here and there. Well, and the where to start? Thank you, first of all, Gigi, for having me here again. This is actually the third boot camp I've attended, and if just as a quick aside about one of the things that is a definite superpower for entrepreneurs and anyone that wants to be in the ecosystem, one of them is building, managing, and maintaining a powerful network. Because the funny thing is, my first involvement with one of Gigi's boot camps 3 years ago now, at University of Exeter, happened just because I literally noticed that Gigi had posted something on Facebook about arriving in London, and I hadn't talked to her in actually a few years, several years, but yeah. And I sent off a quick message. Well, yeah, but those first 20 years before that were formative, and we had a lot of fun and adventures. And that sort of, remember, we have what's known as a mutually assured destruction pact. But nonetheless, no, building that network turned out to be probably the single most important thing I've ever done. All in, and in this case, Gigi said, "Oh, well, I'm coming to do this boot camp in London," and she described it to me in a couple of messages and said, "Well, and we need another judge for the pitch competition on Friday. Why don't you come out and do it?" So I did, and at that point, I had been an angel investor and mentor to startup founders for over 20 years at that point, anyway. So I've mentored hundreds of entrepreneurs and founders, and so I said, yeah, of course. Well, one thing led to the other, and I've now been involved at University of Exeter in particular. For the last 2 years, kind of continuously helping to mentor cohorts in their engineering entrepreneurship programs. And well, now here we are at Oxford. So hopefully that will lead to more good things here as well. The thing is, the subtitle that used to be on this slide wasn't Founders and Funders: The Journey in the Startup Ecosystem. It was more specific to my journey, which is having kind of sat at every seat at the table in the ecosystem in one way, shape, or form. I started out first as a tech nerd, basically being a tech nerd since childhood, but actually did my undergraduate work in economics and then graduate work in computer science at Stanford. And in doing that, wound up, among other things, just happening to be in Silicon Valley at perhaps the luckiest time you could possibly be there at the rise of the public internet age, the internet age that we all take for granted. And so in doing that, I wound up having a lot of things that really mattered as much on luck and timing as on capability. I wound up being being first a researcher. My journey so far is, I wound up being a researcher first at Hewlett Packard in the network group. That group of 13 people was building advanced high-speed networks that went into creating what is now, again, the kind of networking capability we all take completely for granted. 12 of them one day decided, and most of those people were interacting with the Stanford computer science community as well, building, some of the people were involved in building what was then called the Stanford University Network, which became Sun Microsystems, which you may or may not remember at this point. But the 12 of the 13 people in the group decided, well, actually 10 of them, and they started to try to convince the other 3 to start another little company to commercialize the network router products that were being prototyped and delivered and deployed at Stanford. That company became a little company called Cisco, and and they asked me if I wanted to join, and at that point I made an important decision, if not exactly the one that got me here, which was, I said, oh, no, I need to finish my degree first. So I turned down the opportunity to be employee number 13 at Cisco, and the rest is history. Why am I telling you this? Not because that was an example of a colossally bad decision in retrospect. It was a perfectly fine decision at the time. I wasn't the only one saying no to to opportunities like that, way back then. However, it did start my journey on wanting to be an entrepreneur, wanting, first of all, to never really have a boss, and second of all, to be a part of the innovation ecosystem in a way where some of my ideas, some of my crazy ideas could be brought to the world, or that I could find out what the world needs. So that started it there. So I'm not unhappy about that decision. Maybe 3 or 4 zeros less on my net worth as a result, but that's okay. Because if you don't live this life as an entrepreneur for taking the journey and have the resiliency to take it and take the bumps and lumps and the falls and get up and do things over again, follow the Japanese proverb, fall down 7 times, get up 8 times. And then you have to be prepared for that. So I went on to do research, to do work on my own independently. I also did a research stint at Apple Computer as the second person brought in to do speech recognition research. I disavow any responsibility for Siri. That was a different product. We did things differently, but I then wound up doing other sort of just work to pay the bills, working for companies, helping them build products, build solutions for commercial things, and somehow got sucked into the world of finance because my clients, well, one was a large manufacturing company, Boeing, the aircraft company, but most of them were all financial firms. And so I built platforms for them in money management, portfolio management, then brokerage and banking and so forth. And all of this was, if you're looking at this on a timeline, leading up into the late 90s. And what happened in the late 90s was the first .com boom. And one of the things that I had built and created the team that built, not taking sole credit for it, was a product that created the first internet-based information delivery platform for complex transactions like insurance policies and insurance management. In the world of finance, there are little transactions like a deposit or a withdrawal from your bank account, and then there are complex things like all the underwriting and things that go into an insurance policy. So I did that, and we raised venture capital. And in 1998, if you had an idea and a business plan and the rise of the the first .com revolution, if you could fog a mirror, if you could literally wave a business plan with just an idea, not even a prototype, definitely not an MVP, although we had done something similar to what we wanted to do and raise money for. And in about 40 days, $6 million just got thrown at us and arrived. For what it's worth, things have come a long way, and that doesn't happen very often anymore, although it does still occasionally happen. But went through the boom, and the how do you deal with the lumps and the rise and the fall part of that story is in February of 2000, I literally woke up, rolled over to my wife at the time and said, I just got back from Salomon Smith Barney. They really like us. And I'm going off to go see Goldman Sachs in New York next week. They think we should go public in the fall. And it'll probably be about a $300 million IPO. And, we're the biggest shareholders except for the venture capitalists that funded us. So woohoo, what island should we buy? Warp ahead about 3 months to the .com meltdown. And you can just watch the zeros peel off of that. And it all just evaporated. 98% of it just went away. So managed to get out before hitting the ground and with just enough money to become, well, to buy a house, have some kids and start making angel investments. Really actually start making investments in my own ideas and the ideas of friends and family, but then becoming a proper angel investor, then joining a fund as an investor in the fund, not as a manager of it, and then eventually starting to create business syndicates of investments. A lot of you may have heard of a thing called Angel List now. Well, before Angel, which makes it easy to create syndicates of investors. This was long before that. This was when it was sort of just a hard work show to do that. And then realized that being a syndicator is really hard work, and doing it for early stage startups was really hard work because the startups needed a lot of help and support. So in doing that, I decided to raise a fund called the Seed Milestone Fund. And the idea was to control the capital that goes into startups and provide capital to startups along with the kind of support that very early stage businesses that are just sometimes a few weeks away from where you are right now. So making pre-seed and seed investments, but providing the support to help them navigate the course. That led into 2022 when venture capital had another big downward cycle. And I decided to move over to the UK and decided to get, at least for the moment, out of the risk-taking business and into the risk-mitigating business, meaning just to provide the help and support, to be a mentor, to provide capacity and experience from what after that long-winded journey was 12 startups that I had built, 8 of which blew up and 4 of which didn't. So that was a decent enough batting average that that it made sense to help bring that experience to bear. And that's what I do now as really as a mentor and advisor. Over here, we sometimes call them NEDs, non-executive directors, or EDs, executive directors. Legal nuance between the two, but they're basically outside advisors that spend some of their time helping companies build and grow and have good governance. In America, sometimes you see the term CXO, meaning whether it's CTO or Chief Marketing Officer and so forth. It's the support that usually at an early stage isn't a full-time job. It's usually just a few hours a month for a given company. So you can help a lot of different companies, and that's what I do now. So as an entrepreneur, that journey has taken me to every seat at the table, the one with the checkbook and the one looking for the checks to be handed to them, and everywhere in between. So, and one of the fun things about being here with Gigi is that we agree on a lot of things, but you'll sometimes hear me say things that are different than what Gigi says about the founder ecosystem. But that's actually a good thing because multiple perspectives matter. There are a few interesting things that I've discovered along the way. One is that you'll hear the term founder and you'll hear the term entrepreneur used interchangeably. They're not. Founders are not the same thing as entrepreneurs. Anyone want to hazard a guess as to why? Yeah. You nailed it. Exactly. Founders are the idea people. You know, the spark of idea, the spark of innovation. Let's do this, or here's something cool, or here's a solution. Entrepreneurs are the people that take those ideas and turn them into businesses and lead them forward as a business. Now, both play a role in the process of bringing innovation to market, because you know, one of my favorite 3-word answers to people who say they want to pitch an idea is, okay, great, but ideas aren't businesses. Ideas are ideas, businesses are businesses, and it takes entrepreneurs to connect ideas to business and drive it forward and take it through that journey. It also takes a whole lot of other things along the way. Here's the thing, and here's one where I love this quote because it crystallizes something you've already started to hear from Gigi about resiliency and the mindset that goes to being an entrepreneur. A lot of you are, how many of you are still are in university now? Okay, so a good bunch of you, right? So in the not too distant future, you'll be coming up on graduation and making this decision. Do I go out and get a job, like a regular job with certainty and a paycheck and all of that sort of thing and pension contributions, or do I follow my entrepreneurial inclinations and do something that has a lot of risk and everything's up to me? In order to take that turn, you have to be prepared to fail. Absolutely. In fact, really in a sort of, not just make it a fatalistic thing, but you will fail as a part of becoming a good entrepreneur. And I saw this quote actually not that long ago by Nelson Mandela when he was asked about all of the trials and tribulations that he'd been through. And of course, his were much more severe than just having a company fall flat. 27 years in jail, in South Africa. His response, though, was absolutely brilliant. I never lose. I never lose. I either win or learn. There is no lose. That's the essence of being a good entrepreneur. That is the fundamental essence. So, and that is probably the thing that I've learned the most, in that I've made a colossal number of huge mistakes along the way, and had some decent enough successes to be here and to be able to to have the privilege of being able to invest in other companies and help. But at the end of the day, it's all about the fact that Would I make those same mistakes over again, or make similar mistakes over again? Try not to make the same ones over again, but take large risks and do that? Yeah, because it's kind of coded into the DNA of being a real entrepreneur. So what does happen on the journey? Yes, it's about innovation, and we'll talk a little more about that. Actually, not today, but on Wednesday. I'm giving another talk to you guys on Wednesday, but but I don't want to throw any spoilers into the mix. What does happen on the journey? Well, on the journey, you can classify it in a lot of different ways. I classify it as a sort of actual development or engagement process with the idea, which starts with brainstorming and inspiration, which turns into prototyping and testing and refinement. And by the way, this isn't always just about hard or physical tech. A lot of innovation actually isn't technological. There are innovations that fall into a different category. Sometimes innovations are just different approaches to business. Is Airbnb, what was Airbnb's big innovation? They didn't invent hotels or even couch surfing, but they changed the business model of how the business was conducted. Same with eBay. eBay auctions have existed for millennia. Did eBay reinvent auctions? Well, not really, but they reinvented how they're done. They innovated the model and the delivery mechanism and democratized the process democratized auctions in the process. So those are all different kinds of innovations. Not every innovation starts in a laboratory. There's marketing. There's identifying a market, identifying a need. Ideally, identifying a pain point as opposed to just something that might be interesting. Okay, why? Why a pain point? Why do I call it a pain point? Well, the founder of Lotus 123, who Lotus invented not the first spreadsheet, that was called VisiCalc, but the second one called Lotus 123, which became the most commercially successful spreadsheet at the time until eventually Excel came along and ate its lunch, which is another story in what happens with innovations. Almost every major innovation has a lifespan, and they don't live forever. But anyway, Mitch famously said about what he looked for as an investor later when he got very rich and became a venture capital investor. He said, I look for people with painkillers, not vitamins, because painkillers are much easier to take to market than vitamins. Why? Because pain is urgency. Vitamins are just nice to haves. So you look for things that way. So in the market, you look for those, and then you connect to the market and you find more focus and refinement, not trying to solve every problem, but trying to solve one problem or a few problems very, very well, better than anyone else, and in ways that can't be attacked or taken over too easily. And refinement. Then there's people. You find people to work with, people to help you, because being a solo entrepreneur is possible, but very, very difficult. Doing it as a team isn't just additive to your capability. It multiplies it. You actually get geometrically more powerful as a team than as an individual, and the right size team, up to a point. Too many people, as another old saying goes, too many cooks spoil the broth. Good sized teams, good collaborative teams, especially in the early going, are essential. And in doing that, in acting on those first two categories of things, you learn to cooperate, you learn to negotiate, because you're never always going to agree. If you do always agree, then there's somebody missing from your team. There should always be someone that makes you question yourself and has a different view. Execute, deliver, and assess what you've done. And notice that at the end of all three of these lines, I put the word loop, because all of those things are iterative processes in the lifespan of a company, of a startup. You will go through that over and over and over again, failing sometimes, succeeding sometimes, making progress, but it is always a sort of 4 steps forward, 2 steps backwards, 1 step sideways, then 4 steps forward in order to get there. So keep that in mind about the journey. Let's shift for a moment and talk a little bit about capital, because one of the things that you're here for, that we culminate with on Friday, is to have a pitch contest. Why do we have a pitch contest? Well, not to pitch to customers who's got the best thing to sell, and not to convince anybody else in the room that it's a good idea. Pitching is for getting the resource you need to grow and scale, to build, grow, and scale. And that means capital. So what kind of capital does that mean? Right now, this week, you're going to all break into teams and develop at a team level ideas for businesses that you will then develop a business, start doing the entrepreneurial act of developing that idea into a business by model, by notional market, and by needs and by capital. And at the end of the week, you pitch for something, usually capital, not always, but we'll get back to that. In the capital world, money's not just money, because money comes from different kinds of people, and different kinds of investors have very, very different mindsets. When you're in the world of pitching for friends and family money, to get your aunt or uncle to give you 20,000 pounds to go and finish your prototype, what do you think their decision's based on? Because they like you. They actually aren't really all that concerned with what your idea or why, or whether it's good, or whether it's going to succeed or fail. At that level, you're practically just asking for the money, and they'll give it to you for any reason. But you still need to pitch for it in order to show that you at least have thought through something along the way. The next level up, when you go to talk to other investors, strangers, angel investors, well, they're investing with an expectation, with a more modeled expectation of return and a sense of time frame, but it's still very, very lightweight and delicate and patient. They're investing maybe a few tens of thousands, maybe a few hundreds of thousands of pounds in you collectively across several of them. But why are they doing it? Well, they're still mostly doing it because they like you. And they like your idea, and they start to believe in it. And as angels, when I'm in angel mode, I'm always looking for opportunities to also participate and be helpful, bring something more than just money. I used to call my business before I renamed it Act 5 Ventures ICVC, because we were in the business of bringing intellectual capital and venture capital. But it wasn't a particularly good name, so we abandoned it. And so on upstream. Nobody in here is ready for venture capital yet, but when you get there, unsurprisingly, now you're talking to actual professional institutional investors who not only care about the fact that you need to have a large market and a large market, a proven capability, the right team, at least for now, to get started, and some evidence that you've managed to connect your idea to your market and have the ability to build a business. And they'll bring other things to the table, but the diligence level is an order of magnitude higher. And you get used to that. I have to admit, I mostly liked this slide because of the AI image that I managed to create, that pretty much captures how I feel about VCs and angels, despite being one. So you have your different categories. Private equity, just for what it's worth, is not something that anyone here needs to worry about dealing with, except to understand what it is in the long run, should your business really make it big. and go far enough to need lots and lots of capital to grow and scale. That's after you've proven that you can do what you're doing and keep doing it sustainably. Private equity is like adding another 0 or 2 to venture capital. And these are people who are all about the diligence. They actually don't really care very much about you as an individual entrepreneur, because frankly, you're no longer an entrepreneur at the point that you talk to private equity. You're a professional business person, and you are just making a business deal to get money in to grow and scale. But in terms of the differences between these categories, this is part of what I learned on the journey, is friends and family pretty much give you money to do whatever it is you want to do with it. And angels pretty much give you money and provide a little bit of support. Maybe they let you tap into their network, they introduce people, but for the most part, you still call all the shots. When you get into venture capital, suddenly it's not so much your company as it is our company. I'm playing with my VC hat on here. And the level of control starts to shift. When you get into having raised enough capital, you lose control of your company, but you do still have the aligned interest that you all want to make money, you all want to succeed. It's just that takes on different nuances, different time frames, and different things like that. So a lot of different things, and of course the different levels of investor have different expectations of the return that they will achieve of that investment. Why? Well, in short, if I look at the startup ecosystem from the idea that I had in the shower this morning for a new business, going forward, 92% of the time, you can take that number, 92% of the time I will fail. So only a tiny fraction really actually make it if you're looking at it from that very early state. As I move forward, my probability of actually making it further starts to improve. It never reaches 100%. In fact, it really never even gets very close to it. So keep that in mind, that an investor, when an investor says to you, oh, you want me to give you 100,000 pounds for your business. Well, as an investor, I'm making 20 of those investments, maybe, if I'm as an angel. And I know that 18 or 19 of them are going to fail. So that means that your business has to look like it's going to return 20x my investment just for me to break even. Just for me to break even. So in reality, I'm looking for you to convince me that that you have a shot at returning 100x. Because that's actually how I get my, and if you think about it, do the math, that really only means 5x. That's actually not that much. I can put my money in the bank and over the course of 10 years earn 2x. So give or take. Certainly I can put that money into an index fund and earn 2x over 10 years. So keep that in mind. And the reason why I'm telling you all of this has to do with the mindset you go into to meet with and to participate in the ecosystem with other people. Because as entrepreneurs, as founders and entrepreneurs, founders now, because you're going to be coming up with ideas collectively, entrepreneurs because you're learning the skills to bring those forward into creating a business, we all have this illusion that everybody's in it for the same reasons, and they're not. So when we present ourselves, when we present our business, when we put a face on our business, it has to be the face that our audience wants to see. And our audience in the early going is our investors, and then our customers, maybe both at the same time sometimes, and then eventually, of course, it's always customers. So how are we doing? Oops. I don't know why this is not showing the, for some reason, this is not showing the pictures. That's funny. I don't know if that's a... do you want to open the PowerPoint? Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, yeah, flip the screens. Yeah. Yeah, in the... there we go. Yeah, okay. Jump down. Oh, there we go. Much better. These actually start to look like... oh yeah, you didn't see all the cool graphics on the previous one. Sorry about that. We already talked about sort of the different layers. You saw that. Hang on. There we go. Okay. The people you're interacting with early on, whether they be investors like angels, or whether they be advisors, people who help you figure things out, or mentors, kind of fall into 4 categories that you need to pay attention to. A lot of them are generalists. A lot of them are just interested people for one reason or another. Some of them will be specialists, meaning they may have specialized knowledge in the areas where you're trying to build a product or a solution or an app or whatever. Some of them, importantly, will be connectors. I call them lenses because they're the ones who have visibility of what's going on out in the marketplace and maybe can introduce you to people who can help you do a better job of delivering to market, or do a better job simply of approaching a market. You know, getting you introduced. If you have a product that that automates production for canned beverages, maybe they can introduce you to Coca-Cola someday, that sort of thing. Then there are also your customers. All of these are your audience, are different kinds of audiences for you pretty much all the time. There we go. When you're pitching, and think about this Friday, because you're pitching, for better or worse, this Friday you're going to be pitching to a very friendly audience. I do occasionally throw a few darts, but as judges, we're all pretty friendly. But how your audience thinks, even in a pitch session like this Friday, is going to differ. You know, who's showing up, right? Are you pitching to people who are primarily entrepreneurs, people who are investors, people who could be advisors and mentors? Maybe there are people who, if you are really thinking of going forward and you need another co-founder, maybe somebody's in that audience. You never really know for sure, but you definitely should be prepared to identify what category they fit into so you can present your idea accordingly, right? If you're pitching to a customer, you want to tell them very different things, and sometimes in a very different way than you might do if you were pitching directly to an investor who's got their checkbook in front of them. Okay. So as far as how do you address who's in the room, I put this scary chart up for a reason, mostly just to scare everyone. But if you're pitching to investors, they're going to have a bunch of different considerations for how they look at your business, how they look at your idea, how they look at you, and how they look at the business, and how they consider what you are calling your ideal or your notional market. And it can get very complicated. In the mentoring sessions, we can peel out a copy of this and go into what they look at in some more detail. But and by the way, these slides are being distributed to all of you, so you'll have a copy of this. But and FYI, credit to Founder Catalyst for doing this drawing, because I tried to do it at one point and then I stumbled on this one when I was about halfway through mine and realized that this one worked better. But they're looking at it in terms of, first of all, your main idea. Second of all, your notional market. In the venture world, the big money world, a big market is an absolute price of admission, because if it isn't a big market, there's no possible way as a venture investor I can get enough of a return to make it worth my while. Does that mean that it's not a good idea? No. Does that mean that it's not a good business? No. It might very well be, and a lot of you may find that some of your businesses, I find this a lot, I found this probably almost half the time amongst my mentees at University of Exeter, for example, that they have ideas for businesses that are great ideas and solving a very real problem, and their notion of what that business is going to be, their ideal notion, what they want it to be, is maybe it's not a unicorn-sized business, but it's what we call a lifestyle business, something that can make you and your team very happy and solve a very real problem within a certain limited scope. All of those count too. I mean, it's great to shoot for the, it's great to shoot for the fences and, and hope to create a unicorn, but it's also great to build a business that actually brings real benefit to real people within a scope that you can manage. Maybe that can get bigger than you ever expected, maybe not. But either is okay in many ways. Investors will look at your team. They'll look at the market and fit and want it to fit. You'll be talking about some of these details, so I'm not going to go into them now. TAM, SAM, and SOM, total addressable market, serviceable addressable market, serviceable obtainable market, things like that. They'll also be looking at defensibility, competition. How are you going to do what you do and not have somebody come along and eat your lunch? And of course, if it's anything other than friends and family, they'll want to know something about what you're asking in return, or what you're offering in return for their investment. What's the deal? So then there'll be a little bit of talk about that as well. So it can get very, very, very complicated, but it can also be very, very simple if you recognize who you're pitching to and only pitch to them the things that they need. Pitch 80% what they need to hear and 20% the things that they don't necessarily need to hear, just in case, to cover more of the bases. But do it that way. So how do you win? How do you win the pitch contest on Friday? So one is know your audience. One, again, the detail is embedded in some of what what Gigi's going to be going into over the next few days. TAM, SAM, SOM realities, meaning understanding of your market, its size, its shape, and what of it you can expect to have available to you. Avoiding War and Peace deck slides that have more than about 30 or 40 words on them are too much. And there's actually a hard scientific reason why that's a bad idea, why pictures are better than words. And it's simple. This actually came out of the very same labs at Apple that I worked at, the speech language labs. We did a research project on the ability to process language from multiple simultaneous sources. And guess what? Human beings cannot digest words from more than one source at the same time, no matter what medium they come in. It can be two different people speaking at the same time. It can be someone talking to you, and we're trying to read a bunch of words on a screen. Humans can't do it. Well, yeah, you're right. They can recognize, but that's moms, and that's a whole different level of skill. Oh, they should be the VCs. Then you could inundate them and, with everything you want to say. No, that's true. By and large, the point is you want to direct your audience's focus. Either the pictures leave an impression, the words leave an impression. So if I'm trying to read your screen, most of the time I'm not listening to what you're saying. And if I'm really if you're being really engaging and and I'm listening to what you're saying, then I'm not really digesting what's on the screen. So that's why. One of my biggest learned exercises that happened both pitching startups of my own, and even as a VC looking to get investors in my fund and therefore pitching to them, because in a certain funny way, in a twisted way, a venture capital fund is a startup of sorts. One thing I learned is that a one-pager is the most powerful tool in the arsenal, by far. Much more powerful than a 50-page or a 50-slide deck, or even a 10-slide deck, because either way, you're not the only you're not the only you're not the only cute girl or handsome guy on the dance floor, for as far as the investor is concerned. In other words, when you're seeing 10 or 15 or 20 pitches a week, we actually used to get about 50 pitch decks thrown at us a week, and when that started to hit over 100, we realized that we just weren't even able to even look at most of them, much less digest them. So when somebody sent a one-pager, that got looked at, that got paid attention to. And then looking at it from the other side, what I discovered was that creating a coherent one-pager is really, really hard. It's like, it's the written equivalent of trying to come up with a good elevator pitch. That's actually harder than pretty much the whole rest of the presentation. But it provides tremendous focus and lets you be really, really crystal clear about what you're doing so that you can then convey that to others. So have a one-pager, you won't regret it. This is a spoiler. On Wednesday, we're going to have a talk about the 4 T's. In the Silicon Valley model of the startup ecosystem, there's a lot of talk about the 3 T's, team, tech, and traction, as being the things that you have to have really sorted out and buttoned up in order to have a good chance of success. By the way, the fact that it's 3 T's is just because 3 T's sound, rolls off the tongue nicely. It's actually not just team, tech, and traction. Team is all about the people, the story, and the purpose of what you're doing, and the perception that you convey of your ability to actually tell that story and execute on it, and do so for the right reasons, both from an investment perspective, but frankly also, thankfully, more and more, also from a human perspective. Tech is not, as I said earlier, not simply about what you developed in a lab or in the garage or whatever. Tech is a proxy term for your intellectual property and the defensibility of your business, the moat that you build around it. And that's not always about hard technology. That can sometimes be even related to how you've captured some of the market, exclusive agreements, exclusive licensing, or exclusive contracts, things like that. Not everything is a patent. You will sometimes hear people say, oh, well, you've got to get your IP locked down and file some patents. Here's the problem with that. What percentage of patents in the US Patent Office have ever resulted in economic benefit for the patent holders? Anyone want to guess? 3%. So of the millions of patents listed in the patent office, only 3% have ever made money, have ever resulted in someone making money. Okay, so that doesn't mean that patents are worthless, but it does mean that there's something more to taking that bit of intellectual property and benefiting from it economically. So just be aware that defensibility is about not just what do you have, but how are you going to make it, how are you going to turn it into something good that works and sustainable from a business perspective. Traction is your market, but it's also your strategy for the market and your notion of what the market can and will become, because today's market isn't the same as tomorrow's market. I'm not going to talk about trajectory because that's the topic of Wednesday's talk. But suffice to say that it is the fourth T that I use that actually I think is the most important T. And it's one of the things that you're going to learn about building to in this week. So, in short, spend less time than you would when on your pitches. Spend less time on the idea and more time on your market and your defensibility. Market and competition, market and defensibility. Assume that your idea is once you convey it quickly, is understood, and then get into the more important things about your work to figure out who's going to buy it and how many people can do this or will do this. That's the idea. So a few takeaways, and these are journey takeaways, not pitch takeaways. This is essentially the eight lessons I've learned the most in, I guess I'll admit it, 35 years of entrepreneurship. Don't worry, Gigi entered Stanford when she was 3, which is why well, I think I'm a year older than you. Hmm? Well, don't worry, I'll get back at her tomorrow, on Wednesday. Here's sort of the main takeaways. First of all, milestones matter to you, to your business, and to your deal. What do I mean by that? You get this great idea, and of course, as a founder, as an innovator, as an idea person, you're thinking the whole world needs this. And you might be right. You might be right. You might have the next iPod, or the next, or the next really cool, everybody has to have it thing. But that's not going to happen overnight. And it's probably not going to happen without a lot of sort of sequential effort to develop the product, refine it, and do all of that. And it's going to take a lot of money and a lot of marketing and a growing team. And by the way, the odds that you'll be the one leading it all when it becomes that unicorn, that's not assured either. And that's okay too, because that may not be what makes you happy, right? There aren't a lot of Sergey Brins in the world. There aren't a lot of people that start in a garage. There aren't a lot of Steve Jobses in the world that started in a garage and really, truly fulfilled their greatest self all the way through the end of the journey. Usually teams transition both in terms of size and the people involved. So establishing those milestones for credibility is essential, especially in the early going. Okay, am I going to create a unicorn if with an investment of 10,000 pounds? Probably not. I might make a step towards it when I then need 100,000, and another step when I need 10 million, and so on. So breaking things down is always a very powerful thing. I alluded to this in the earlier slide. Defensibility is a lot more than patents. Understanding that is essential. Understanding what makes your thing, product, idea, service, sticky and essential is important. And this is a big one, especially being on this continent. Guessed from my accent that I'm not from the UK, that I'm from America, spent most of my life in Silicon Valley. The Silicon Valley mindset that we've all been steeped in by the media is that risk is great. It's the thing you do. Go out and take big risks, move fast and break things, et cetera, et cetera. I liken it to the idea that it's okay, that the first thing you hear as an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley is, well, the way to win is to jump off a cliff with 2 knitting needles and a ball of yarn and just expect to finish a parachute before you hit bottom. We also know that 92% of startups fail. So think about applying that metaphor to that notion. However, on this continent, what I've found, having spent a lot of time over the years, but living here for the last 3 years, is that The European mindset is risk aware to the point of aversion. We're socialized here to think that taking big risks and especially failing is a no-no. In fact, until very recently, there were places in Europe, Portugal comes to mind, ironically, where it was borderline illegal to have a startup fail. And in some places, it's almost more costly to shut down a startup that's failing than it is to just try and keep it going. It was a social stigma until not that long ago, as the mindset of finding what I call the truth in the middle between taking reckless risks and mitigating risks until the recklessness is no longer there, and finding that middle ground where you're taking smart risks. That's now a superpower in Europe. That's a superpower capability embedded in literally the socialization process of the European mindset. So is the humanity. And no time more true than the present, given what you see going on across the Atlantic at the moment. That building things not just for the sake of making a bunch of money, but for the sake of doing something good for humanity and making a bunch of money at the same time is a superpower. That recognition is a superpower, so don't lose it. Vet your investors as much as they vet you. Don't take money from just anybody. Bad investors kill companies. It's happened to me twice. So, and I can tell you about stories about that. Optimism is good, but hyperbole not so much, because as investors, we can tell when you're not really making a serious statement. We won't get into this in depth in this, I don't think, in this week. We're not doing deep financial forecasting because that would probably take another week. But when you do get there, just keep in mind that your best projections of your market are probably wrong, and that's okay, as long as you know that and you also understand why that could happen and in which way you might be wrong. You might underestimate your market dramatically. I have actually an advisory, a mentorship client who's got a business that probably will be 10 or 20 times bigger than he thinks it could ever get because of that. And a comment from, it wouldn't be a talk about entrepreneurship if there weren't at least one reference to Steve Jobs in here. But it's my favorite reference from him. And I met Steve on many occasions when I was at Apple, because he would wander through the labs. Your customer, not your tech, is your North Star. That's me saying that. But what Steve Jobs observed that was a really powerful sort of framing approach is, you don't think about the problem you've just found, the idea you just had and the problem that it solves as far as you're concerned, and then go forward with that. His notion was you work backwards. You start with your customer's experience, perfect that in your mind, and work backwards to your product, so that you are building something to bring, to delight your customers, not to delight your sense of ingenuity. The last two, execution is the driving force of progress. In other words, good execution actually keeps you moving. That's the engine of progress on your entrepreneurship journey. When we stopped executing well, that's when, well, at least a few of the startups that I've had that failed because we stopped executing well. We took our eye off the ball. But, and this is to bring it all the way back and to close out, the mindset of understanding that being an entrepreneur is to go through the iterative process, including failure, requires one other key thing. Luck and timing are the high order coefficients of success. What I mean by that in short is that you can have the greatest idea ever. You can have something that'll absolutely be a world beater, but you might be too early. The market may not be ready. The tech may not be possible, whatever, and you fail as a result of that. Doesn't mean the idea was bad. It just, the timing was wrong. Luck and timing are the high order coefficients. Who you get connected to can make all the difference. I've had well, one company succeed because of that, specifically because of the sheer good luck of meeting the right person at the right time. And 2 or 3 of those 8 that failed because they were simply too early. Yeah, my engineer self got ahead of my practical self. In any event, both luck and timing favor the prepared. The more ready you are for your opportunity, the more likely you will be to actually be able to seize things at the right time and kind of create your own luck. That's it in a nutshell. And from here, ask me anything. But thank you for having me. So, any questions? Yeah.
Could you just give us some concrete examples on what you think is well executing a startup, and what would be examples where that would not be the case?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Well, so execution takes a couple of forms. One is, of course, when if you're actually developing a product, you obviously have to kind of sweat the details and work on that aspect of it. But in this case, from a business perspective, good execution is making sure that making sure that you've attended to all of the aspects of forward progress that are necessary to have confidence that you're doing the right thing. What are the aspects? Well, 1 is initial creation. 2 is testing something with some part of your market. 3rd is actually accepting the feedback you get from the market and recognizing that you will have to iterate it. I mean, you don't, if you create something, take it to a beta customer or an alpha customer, and they say, well, this is terrible, but you find that what they really want is harder than you thought it was, and so you say, yeah, they'll get used to it. They probably won't. They probably just won't buy it. So instead, you have to learn to adapt. You have to accept feedback, in a sense, accept feedback as gospel, which is not to say you take one person's feedback and go with that, because in early product development, if you ask 5 people for their opinions, you'll get at least 5 different opinions. So you do have to kind of integrate feedback along the way. But it's a big mistake to be so sure that you know what your customers want. It's an execution mistake to act as if you know better than your customers. It's funny because going back to Steve Jobs, one of the biographies of him, was famously quoted him as saying that he knew what his customers wanted. And the thing is, it made it sound like he thought he knew better, but that really wasn't the case. It was in reference actually to the iPod, and the iPad, not the iPod. And the thing is, the reason the iPad was such a roaring success was because there was a product before it that was a horrific failure called the Newton. And so it wasn't the case that anyone knew the right thing when they started. It's just that the Newton team wasn't listening and eventually abandoned it. And by the way, the Newton team at Apple had nothing to do with the development of the iPad. They were basically cast into the wilderness internally in the R&D side of Apple. One other thing about great execution: great businesses, even startups, even one-person startups, develop great governance. What's governance in a one-person startup? Well, it's good record keeping, it's good instrumentation, knowing, keeping track of what you're spending, what you're doing, because and having a realistic sense of what it takes to get through the steps of developing a business. As you get bigger, governance actually takes on more sort of real specificity, like having a good solid board of directors, having the right accountability built in. But it's all about that instrumentation, and not having that instrumentation. The biggest flaw in that is you can get lucky and do well, but if you encounter an obstacle, it's that instrumentation that's going to be your lifesaver in going back and figuring out what went wrong and how to fix it. So yeah. Anything else? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How would that look like in like a very beginning stage? Documenting your journey, or is that?
Well, let's say I'll answer the one quick example of that. So you develop a prototype product, right? And you go out and find and in your case, maybe it's a medical device. In your case, since you're a doc, right? So you develop a medical device and you start going out and talking to potential colleagues and clients, and you get a whole bunch of feedback. And what do you do with the feedback? How did you capture the feedback? How, not just did you take some notes, but did you really, really make sure that you captured it and confirmed that everything you heard at that stage, because this is kind of the seminal stage of a product, has been captured so that when you make your next iteration, you can confirm that you attended to at least some of the feedback and know what you did or didn't deal with. If you lose that content, then you're starting over every single time, every single iteration, and some of the best ideas get left in the dust. So that would be that's one variation. There are a lot of different ways to view that. Anyway, Gigi's going to pull out the hook in a second.
Thank you very much, Peter. I hope all these insights, it was a lot to throw at you. The content is in the drive for you to see, okay? And Peter's going to be here later tonight because he and I are going to go get a drink. I need to stay here long enough. And then he's going to come back on Wednesday to give another talk and mentor. And then you can actually do individual, really ask questions. Okay? So continue to do that. One thing I want to touch upon is one thing I want to touch upon.
This has gone on for 4 decades.
Okay, yeah. Is that execution. I want to give you an example of execution. Okay, has the boot camp run pretty smoothly? Did we start on time? Did you guys get fed? Okay, here's the thing about execution. It took so much work to make everything work, okay? And that was the execution part of this boot camp. I mean, like Helen and Stephen have been working on this for months, talking to investors, contacting all the people. And then part of the execution part is the fact that there was all these entrepreneurs supposed to come from Ukraine, but the visas didn't come, okay? And part of execution was setting up a video so those entrepreneurs in Kyiv and in Kharkiv can continue to participate, right? And yesterday, all day, Katya was here, making sure everything worked. Edward was figuring it out. This is like the work that it takes to make it happen, and that's the execution. And that's where I see a lot of entrepreneurs. They love the sexy stuff. Oh, let's go do a great pitch. Let's go pitch the investor. But they don't stay and make sure everything runs well at home. Did the money come in? Did the paychecks get set? Did the people get sent their paychecks? Because if your employees don't get sent their paychecks, they can't pay for their mortgage, then they're out of there. Do you see what I mean? That is just as important as all the sexy stuff. And that's kind of what Peter's referring to. But you really have to appreciate how much execution detail that the team put into this. Edward, Katya, Helen making sure half of you have a bed to sleep on tonight, or you could be homeless, and Stephen. And so Stephen's going to come up here and say a few notes. You're welcome. Why don't you do this? I really hate these things. You have no idea how much I
I feel like you're in Star Wars, don't you?
There, that's it. And then why
Thanks.
don't you just.
I'm only going to have a few seconds.
No, but it's so the people can, there.
Hear
Now you
me.
can hold on to it.
Okay. There's only really just a recap of two particular items that Peter said. One is about presentation to investors, VCs, whatever. That's your biggest hurdle. If you don't raise the money, it doesn't go anywhere. It really doesn't. You need the money. As Gigi just said, you need the money to finance things, to pay staff, to pay for offices, to pay for prototypes, pay for everything. So make sure you get this right on the presentation. It's so key. All of you have sat exams. As Peter said, you're presenting to an audience. When you do an exam, you're presenting to the examiner. He's the reader. So when you do exams, you make sure that the reader understands what you're saying. Simple as that. So when you're presenting, you do exactly the same. The other thing about Peter said is about an A4 sheet. When I worked for the government, one of my roles was preparing briefs for ministers. Does anyone know what the red boxes are? A minister's red box? They take the red boxes home from their office to read it on the way home, whether it's in the car or whether it's in the train. And they have all these sheets of paper. We will be given, say, a 50-page project. What I had to do was condense that down into one page, a few bullet points. So when the minister's driving home with this red box of about 50 sheets of paper, they understand, he or she understands what that project's about in a few lines. And that's what you're going to be doing on Friday. In a few lines, a few bullet points, get your message across. Forget all the trivia, all the back bit. You don't need that. That's your next stage. Get them interested. Get the investor interested. That's the key thing. Okay? Thank you.
All right. What's next? Ah, good. Talk for me about leadership. Did all of you get access to the agenda? Okay, and then in the agenda is the very first link is the link to the Google folder for participants. All right? And all the stuff will be posted in there. And if there's something that you want or should be in there and it's not, please let us know. Right now, I'm gonna go ahead and stand up for a minute and stretch while I get my computer up and running. Okay. Is there there's a few Chinese people in here. Evan, you speak Mandarin, right? Ava, you speak Mandarin? What? Yours broken. Yours is broken as mine. Okay, just for fun, I'm going to teach you some Mandarin. Okay? Do this. Okay, good in Mandarin is how. How. Okay? And then not good is 不好. Okay? Now, if I want to ask you, okay, in Mandarin, I would say a question, 好不好? See, I'm asking you a question. And so, if you guys are good, I say, 好不好? And you're good, what do you say? 好. And then if you're not good, you say, 不好. Pretty good, huh? You didn't know you were going to learn Mandarin here. It's easier to learn than Ukrainian. So stand up just for a second, get stretched while I get set up. Is it on now, or is the streaming on? What? We're in a break, so no one can see me adjusting my hair. What? Oh, good. Okay. Katya, can you get everyone in the room, please? If you need, you can use my glass of water. What kind of doctor are you going to be? Are we ready? Okay. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to you about leadership. Did we get started? And team building, because what are you guys going to do this afternoon? You're going to do team formation, right? And that's super important. And so I wanted to give you some background before you started that. So here's the talk on leadership and team building. Let's look at a high seas tale, all right? See, there's these guys. They're a bunch of buddies, and they're going to go on a sailing trip. And that is Victor, Mark, John, and Louie, right? And they rent this 45-foot catamaran to go sailing in the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. But when you sail a boat, what do you need? What do you need in terms of running the boat? What does a boat need? A crew. And what does a crew need? It needs a captain, right? You can't have 4 people going crazy doing their own thing. Well, what happened is John had been the captain on a past trip, but he hadn't been with Mark or Louie for about 10 years. And he just assumed that he was going to be the captain. But Mark and Louie had gone sailing for 10 years together, and Louie was always the captain. Got it? And so Mark chose Louie to be the captain. And then meanwhile, John thought he should be a captain. And the guy on the end, Victor, was new and he came along for the ride. So the boat sailed the seas, right? And then the winds came up and Louis said, "Well, do one thing." John didn't want to listen to him because he wanted to be the captain. He didn't listen to him. And guess what? A rope ended tangled around the propeller. That was the propeller. Okay. How do I know? Because I was John's wife on the boat. And I was just watching these guys and I just went, oh my God, this is such a leadership crisis, right? Without a clear leader, the boat goes in multiple directions and it wrapped around the rudder. And we had to call in, Mayday, Mayday. They sent out a boat and we got charged $5,000 because a bunch of guys wouldn't listen to each other and there was no clear leader. So the point of the story is a lot of startups and large corporations and friends on a sailboat have failed without clear leadership. So one thing you want to do when you figure out your team is designate clear leadership. Who is going to be the CEO? One of the things that Peter talked about is clear documentation, even if you have one person. You know, that's the leader. What are the guidelines that person, he or she, are going to follow in terms of running the company? Once you have more people, you need clear documentation. Who is the CEO? Who is the head of marketing? Who's the head of product? And that should be all documented so there isn't any confusion and sunk boats. So let me ask you guys, you know, who here has worked in a job? A lot of you. And a lot of you have worked, worked in departments. Tell me, what are some of the things that you would like in a leader? What? No micromanagement. Transparency. Trust. Someone you can trust. What? Know what direction the team should be going in. Understanding. Empathy. Consistency. What did you say? Openness. Being transparent. Okay. Anything else? Realistic. Okay. Not asking totally unreasonable things. Clear instructions. Listening. Yeah. Great. Okay, someone who listens and actually applies what you said. Okay. You know, one thing I'm kind of surprised I'm not hearing is actually integrity. Or is that assumed? It's assumed in this society. Okay. Anyways, so those are good. Think about what you guys want to see in a leader. And if you end up being the leader of your team, please remember what you just said. Okay, because a lot of people can say, I want this in a leader, but in practice, they don't exhibit it. So successful leadership, there's three main pillars of what successful leaders do. And you guys actually covered some of it. Is a leader has to have a vision. Where are we going? And the leader articulates that vision. Got it? Then the second thing is the leader also has to align the team and make sure they're all going that vision. The leader's job is to make sure they're aligned and going to the vision in the same way. Otherwise, one person's going this way, one person's going that way, and you have conflict, and you spend more time fighting than doing. And then the last thing the leader does is the leader has to make hard decisions, because a lot of times things go bad. You run out of money. Do you just keep spending money until everyone's gone? Or you got to stop and make a call. Maybe you have to fire some people because you don't have enough money to keep everyone on the payroll. Okay? So these are the three things: vision, aligning, and hard decisions are the responsibilities. Talk about visionary leaders. All right? I think, who am I going to talk about? Because we've talked a lot about this person. Steve Jobs, right? Steve had a vision with the iPad. It was amazing, and it really did a great job. And one of the things that the Wall Street Journal wrote about the iPad was the last time there was this much excitement around a tablet, it had 10 commandments on it. I mean, it captured that, but he had a vision. And I'll talk more this week about what led to that vision, but he had a vision that the world caught on. And who has an iPad? Who has a tablet right now? I see one here. I see two here. Okay. Now, this woman, Melanie Perkin, had a vision. Who is she? She's a billionaire. Her vision was to empower the world to design. Ding, 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 ding. Good job. It's Melanie Perkins. She was the founder of Canva. She was a university student in Australia, and she's like, there's got to be a better way to design things, a better way to do presentations, a better way to collaborate on the design of something. And she had a vision, and she convinced my friend, Guy Kawasaki, who was one of the first VCs in Silicon Valley. She said, I have this vision. I'm going to be $1 billion company. And he said, I'm on board. And when Canva went IPO, he made a lot of money. And because she had a vision. And she had nothing when she started, and she convinced him that this was going to be a big thing. Now, about aligning the team. Have you guys been on teams where people don't agree the right way to do things? And what happened? Too many meetings. No results. So, in terms of aligning the team, here are just some tips about aligning the team. Is make sure you communicate your purpose and the strategy all the way down. Make sure everyone knows, what is the vision and how you're going to get there. And so communications is one of the most important things that needs to be done. And so when you guys are working, make sure you're communicating. Don't have two people who are good friends working here and not communicating to the other people on the team, because you'll leave them behind. They'll do something wrong, and then you'll be not in sync. Use a collaborative planning process. Don't just one person decide, right? But you're asking each other. Maybe the leader has to make a say because you can't decide, but at least include people. When people are included, they are bought in. See this woman? Anyone know who she is? She was the first female CEO of IBM. And her name is Ginny Romney. And I saw her. I got invited to the 100th anniversary party of IBM. And it was in New York. They rented out the whole, I forgot, the Lincoln Theater. and there was hundreds of people in there. It was so amazing. And I saw her talking, and I asked my friend who was an executive at IBM, I go, who is she? She's amazing. And she says, she's going to be the next CEO of IBM. I'm like, whoa. Anyways, I also heard that at that time she was the head of sales and marketing. There was another guy who was the chairman of Europe for IBM, and he was also running for the next CEO. And in the end, she got it, he didn't. And it was kind of funny or interesting is the following year, I'm at an event in Europe, in Amsterdam, and the guy who didn't get the job as CEO, he was there giving a talk. And I was kind of being a little impish, and I raised my hand. And let's say his name is Richard. I'm like, Richard, so what do you think of Ginny Ramadi as the CEO? And I was ready for him to go, oh, she's horrible. Oh, since he didn't get the job. And he said, she's been amazing. And I go, and he said, so when she had her first worldwide leadership meeting, everyone flew to Dublin, Ireland. Okay. And it's a 2-day meeting for all the top executives of IBM from every country. And before the meeting, they were sent out an agenda for the first day. What was going to be covered, speaking. And he said, the second day, there was no agenda. And as people were flying in from around the world to Ireland, they were like, God, she's so disorganized. She only sent us a schedule for the first day. Like, what are we going to do the second day? They're like, you know what? She just doesn't have her head on straight. She just doesn't have things under control. Okay? And everyone's going, yeah, they should have picked Richard to be CEO. So they finished the first day of meetings. Then they all got together in the auditorium for the second day. And Ginny said, so you guys, you're all wondering what we're going to do today. And people are like, yeah. And she said, you know what? We have these meetings where we bring you all together. You sit in the auditorium and you just listen passively to these talks. Well, I mean, you can do that remotely. You can do that remotely online. What we really need is for the different teams to work together. The product team is in Ireland. The sales team is in Australia. What I want to spend today doing is for the teams that have to work together remotely, you guys are going to go in a conference room and collaborate. And so we've booked all these conference rooms here with whiteboards, with water, with food, drinks, and the teams, and here's the list. All these teams that have to work together, you're going to go and collaborate. And so they went and collaborated. And Richard said that was the best management meeting he'd ever had in his career. Isn't that amazing? Okay, so keep thinking, it's like collaboration. You want to encourage peer-to-peer collaboration. I had a CEO who was very approachable. Everyone liked to go talk to him. Everyone had problems. They go talk to him. They go talk to him and complain about someone else. And everyone loved him because he would listen. But you know what he did or what he didn't do? He did not encourage us to work with each other. It was all about him. But we didn't work with each other. And so the company closed because we didn't get anything done because we needed to work together. So what you really want to do as a leader is encourage people to work together. Don't keep complaining to me about, your name is Lorraine. Lorraine, don't keep complaining to me about Sophia. No, you guys go figure it out. I don't want to be settling your fights. God, trust me. My 2 sons, it was World War III. the whole time raising them. And I'm like, it's so cool. Now they're adults. I go, don't talk to me. You know his number. Bye. And they go and have breakfast and talk it out. And that's what you need to do, okay, in terms of aligning the team. Another thing is you want to celebrate the teams and individual wins. Okay, so leaders that are very sparse about giving praise and acknowledging people, right? If you worked super hard and you stayed all weekend, got something done, and then your boss didn't even say good job, they took it for granted, how would you feel? Unappreciated, right? But how would you feel if your boss complimented your colleague who only stayed on Saturday but didn't come in on Sunday? How would you feel? Even though you worked all weekend. What? You'll feel jealous. Okay? So something you really want to do is to celebrate the team and make sure everyone feels valuable. Notice as a leader when people are doing stuff, make sure you acknowledge it. And make sure you don't acknowledge one person over another because you create jealousy, and that is not good. And the reason I show this guy right here was he was my boss at a company. And when I first met him, he is like, yeah, I'm Awesome Abdullah. I'm just so great. I'm the best. And I'm like, this guy's kind of arrogant, you know? But you know what he did? He's like, yeah, I'm great, but you're great too. In fact, you're greater than me, and you're great, and you're good, you're awesome, and you're awesome. And we just did this whole kumbaya. We're so awesome. And our company thrived, and we got sold because everyone felt good about themselves. Everyone felt good together. And so you want to feel good. Working on a startup is exhausting. I mean, all the startups I was at, it was common to work till midnight. And a lot of times I'd pick up my sons from daycare, take them to the office, feed them takeout, and they slept under my desk. And it had to be fun to be there. And it was cool because all the young people, they knew which candies my sons liked. And then they would all like have the right candies in the drawer based on which kid like they wanted to have hang out with them. So, and then make sure that the individual contributions of everyone is actually aligning with the company's objectives. Someone may be working on something really cool, but if it's not aligning with the company's objectives, it may be cool, but it's sucking resources from meeting the company's goals. So you have to keep everyone aligned. Okay? So do you think we got the alignment thing? Have we beat that horse enough? Okay. Is that a British phrase or an American phrase? Yeah. What? Is it British? He's saying it's not British. Okay, it's a Wild West American phrase. Okay. Now the last thing is making tough decisions. Is the leader needs to be strong, and when tough decisions need to be made. So this guy right here, his name is Danny Louie, and he got his degree in computer science from Imperial College in the 80s. He was the founder of Lenovo, and he was my mentor. And he's telling me that when he went back to Hong Kong after graduating from Imperial, his friend said, let's start an IT company. And they started an IT company. It was booming. They had all this business. They had like 30 people. And then Hong Kong encountered a financial crash. And there was no business. And he and his two friends are like, what do we do? We're not making enough money to pay all these people. And they made the very difficult decision to fire everyone but themselves. So they fired everyone, And the three of them just kept the company going with the few customers they had until the economy got better. And then they hired people back. He told me that that was one of the hardest decisions he had to do as a leader is, he's young, had this company, it was booming. And now to tell all these people who had their dreams invested in the company that they had to go. Luckily, he could hire some of them back later on. But if they didn't fire those people, they would have completely had to shut down and they couldn't rebuild the company. Is that hard? Is that sad? But did he make the right decision? Okay. Another person here this is another boss of mine. He took the company. Do you guys know Wipro? Wipro is one of the largest IT companies in India. You know them, right? Do you know what Wipro stands for? Western Vegetable Product Company. So Wipro was actually a sunflower oil company. That's what the logo is, a sunflower. And this guy, Ashok Narasimhan, what he did was he was hired by the owner of Wipro to diversify the company. And at that time, IBM had just been kicked out of the country because they wouldn't give more than 50% to India. India wanted 50% ownership. And then there was a hole. And so Ashok said, hey, let's go into IT. And they built a whole IT business. And now Wipro is an IT business listed on the New York Stock Exchange. And no one knows that Wipro really was sunflower oil. But he later started a company, okay? And it was he and his best friend who worked for Intel started this new company. And this new company was doing okay, and then it was struggling. His co-founder, the CTO, was a former VP at Intel. And the guy didn't know how to do a startup. He's used to working with a big staff, people always sitting outside of his office. And a startup, you can't do that. You got to be nimble. You got to work with fewer resources. And so the board told Ashok, you have to fire your partner. And Ashok's like, I can't do that. He's my co-founder. And the board is like, if you don't fire him, we're firing you. And so he had to let go of his partner. Anyways, they brought him in a more startup focused, startup right mindset type of CTO. The company flourished. A year later, it got bought by InfoSpace for $1 billion of stock. Isn't that cool? Okay. And then there is a really funny ending, is they were bought for stock. And what happens in the US is if you get bought for stock and you're still working for the company, you can't sell the stock for 1 year. You have to wait for 1 year. Okay. So what happened in that 1 year? The stock crashed, but his friend was no longer with the company. So he sold it right away. And then the company crashed. And so by the time Ashok sold it, he got 25% of what his friend made. So the silver lining was his friend got fired and could sell his stock. So, you think this is so hard, this is so awful, we can't do it, but you just got to do it if it's the right thing. And sometimes there's a silver lining. So are you ready to make those tough decisions? Okay. Remember I told you about the student that started that company? So she had a tough decision. She did a public safety communications platform for first offenders. The investors kept telling her, you need to build a platform, collect data, and then sell it to people. All right? But what happened was they weren't getting any customers. Customers were not buying data. That's not what they wanted. They didn't want to buy access data. They actually wanted a communications platform. What should she do? Should she listen to the investors who are giving her money? Should she listen to the customers? That's a tough decision, right? Your investors who give you money are telling you to do one thing and your customers aren't buying it. What would you guys do? So look at your table and talk for 2 minutes and make a recommendation, okay? Let's wrap up in 2 minutes. 2.
Yeah, we figured it out.
Okay, awesome. It looks like everybody's figured it out. So, does anyone, which team would like to share their recommendations to Bailey? Okay, back there. Evan, stand up. And just tell the investors to screw themselves?
All these responses from actual current customers that are paying us, and this is our source of income. And you show it to the investors like, oh, this is actually what's happening. Could you change your mind?
Okay.
Like Steve Jobs has said, like the customer is the North Star.
Okay. So who agrees with that? All right. You guys are going to be successful. Yep. So the customers wanted a platform to communicate the latest info. The perimeter pivoted to doing a communications platform versus collecting data, and their sales skyrocketed, and they're now being sold in over 21 states in the US. Okay. So listen to customers first, not investors. And one thing that Pete said is, you are going to get different input from different people, especially investors and especially mentors. And so like this week, when you talk to different mentors, Pete's going to tell you one thing, I'm going to tell you another. So what do you do? Who do you listen to? Yourself. You listen to what Gigi says and understand why Gigi said what she said. You listen to Pete, understand what he said and why he said it, and you choose what makes more sense for your company, because it's your company, not ours. Like we used to go to a VC, pitch to a VC. The VC would go, oh, your business model is all wrong. You need to change it. So we go back to our office and we spend a week changing our business model. Then the next week we go to a new VC and they're going, no, your business model is all wrong. It should be this, which is what we were originally. And you could just flip flop. So you really want to like gather data points and really maybe look for enough data points that there's a pattern. But you don't want to just flip flop because it's your company, not the mentors, not the VCs. So here's another company. It's running out of money. In 2022, it had closed a bunch of funding with Silicon Valley investors. The market kind of went down and all the investors brocked out. And the operating funds of the company were dropping. What should the leadership do? Should they share this news, bad news with the team or not? What do you guys think? Are you serious? Huh? Oh, I can't tell. British humor. Okay. So this was this company I'm talking about is the first Qatari unicorn started by an individual. And he shared the info with the whole company that funding had fallen through and that was going to run low. He asked all the employees to take a 30% pay cut, and the executives took no salary until they could go back and raise more money. And it survived and it became a unicorn. Isn't that cool? Yeah. A company that I was in, back in the 90s, we were running out of money, and all of our executives wanted to tell our employees. The CEO said, no, we are not telling. And then we finally ran out of money, and then he held a company meeting and he said, I'd like everybody to work for no pay for a month. And, during that month, I'll raise more money or get a loan. And the employee said, no, you didn't trust us enough to share it. And we could have prepared for not being, not getting money. We could have maybe sold some stock or something, but because you didn't trust us, you didn't show us transparency, we don't trust you anymore. And so the whole company folded because we didn't share. So be transparent. It builds trust and teamwork. Integrity. One thing about the leader is the CEO gets paid the most because you're the leader. It stops with you, but it also means the responsibility starts with you. Okay? And if you're wrong, say sorry. Seek input from others. Don't avoid responsibility and accountability. And goes back to execution. Some CEOs do not value or prioritize execution. And when things go wrong, they start blaming other people. All right. And trust is a key element of leadership. And oh, I don't know if I should say this. Edward, cover your ears now. Like right now, certain leadership in the US, whenever things go wrong, instead of saying, oh, maybe I made the wrong move, it's like, this fault, this fault, this fault. And I'm like, oh my God. All right. There's my political comment. All right. So, responsibilities of a leader is the responsibilities is they set the vision and strategy. They inspire and align the team. They recruit and maximize top talent. So usually it's a CEO who's going out and recruiting the co-founders. They build culture and relevant processes. Is it going to be an open place? Is it going to be fun? Or is it going to be really, work hard? I mean, Amazon is not a fun place to work. Okay. But everyone knows they're working super hard and they're going to make money. Now, Salesforce is super fun. They've got stuffed animals everywhere. They order all these really cool lunches. The colors are fun. It's a different culture, but they're both successful companies. The CEO identifies what's missing, is keeping an eye, really focuses and pays attention to and so if something's going to go wrong, they're aware. They're not just sitting in their office in their ivory tower, not paying attention. The leader, the CEO, raises money for the company. They lead the investments and they address the tough issues. The buck stops here. So this is kind of the list of all the key responsibilities of a leader. Okay, who wants to be a leader? And you shouldn't be ashamed. Okay, good. Just make sure that you understand what it entails and you follow it. Okay. Oh, no, you can take a picture. When you take a picture, it shows me that you're actually listening. Okay. Okay, there's a difference between a leader and a manager. Okay. This is a whole list, but let me show you key things. The leader is the one that innovates. The manager administers. Okay. The leader does the right thing. Okay, or where is it? The manager does things right, follows the rules. Okay, but the leader does the right thing. Do you see the nuance? Okay, the leader has a long-range perspective. The manager has a short-range view. One of the things is when you first start a company, you actually have to be both the manager and the leader because you've got to make sure all the day-to-day things are working. But as your company grows and you're the leader, you have to step back and let other people manage because you're the one doing the long-term vision. And like what she said, don't micromanage because as a leader, you should be doing the vision and then the day-to-day management should then be relegated to other people. And so fun thing, let's see, is to help drive this point from Star Trek. Do you guys even know Star Trek or is that way too old? Oh, shoo. Okay. So, from Star Trek, Captain Kirk is the leader. Who's the manager? Mr. Spock. He was the one that managed the ship. Okay, let's get a little bit younger. Star Wars. Okay, who was the leader? Huh? What? George Lucas? What? Darth Vader wasn't a leader. He was the bad guy. Huh? What? Yoda? Okay, I thought the leader was Luke Skywalker. Okay? But who were the managers? Who were always telling people what to do? Yoda, not so much. Yoda was kind of like visionary. Like, he was like, what? Leia? No, R2-D2 and C-3PO. Come on, we need to go this way, right? Dear, no. You need to turn right, turn left. Like, okay. All right. even more one, because you guys, some of you are too young to have watched those shows. What about from Dune? Tell me if this person is a leader or a manager. Okay, who's watched Dune here? Okay, at least enough people have watched Dune. What do you guys think? Was she a leader or manager? Manager? Okay. How about him? Manager. How about him? Leader. Okay. How about her? Oh, I think she was a leader. You know, behind every successful man is a powerful woman. Yeah, she was his person that supported him, right? Leader. Okay. Hey, have you guys seen the movie about Bob Dylan with Timothy Chalamet? Oh my God. I saw it on the flight over here. It was amazing. Okay. Diversion. I just saw his face and thought about the movie. Okay. But do you see? So now you kind of think about the difference between a manager and leader. And as your company grows, you want to stop being a manager and be the leader. Okay. One important point I wanted to talk about. Remember when I talked about mindset this morning? I talked about self-awareness. Okay. I want to give you an example. As a leader, you want to be self-aware and fill the hole. This is the first CEO I had in the first startup that I was in. His name was Sherman. And Sherman was the CEO of the startup, Internex. Okay? And he was a freaking micromanager. He had to review the marketing. He had to review the sales. He had to review the engineering. He had to review, and we were all just waiting for his approval. And we were bottleneck. The good news was the board fired him. Yay! Okay. And then he founded another company 2 years after he got fired called AboveNet. And then 2 years after AboveNet was started, he sold it for 130 million. I mean, this idiot, micromanaging guy who could not do anything, he started another company and sold it. Like, does that make sense? Well, he's actually a fun guy. And so I was still friends with him. And so after he sold his company, we met to have drinks. I let him pay for the wine. He had 130 million, right? And like, what did he do the second time around? So after we finished the bottle of wine and we were a little bit tipsy, I'm like, Sherman, like, you sucked as a CEO. And he's like, yeah, I know. I go, did you do anything different the second time? He goes, yeah. He goes, when I got fired by the board, my wife also divorced me. Yeah. So he goes, I had to sit at home and I had no one to yell at and blame. So I had to look inwards to myself. And he said he realized that what his strengths and weaknesses are. And he goes, I'm not good at product. I'm not good at sales. So you know what? He goes, when he started AboveNet, he went and hired the best product person. He hired the best salesperson, and he let them tell him what to do. And he made 130 million, and he built these 2 big houses up in the hill, one for his new gorgeous young wife and one for his mother. And he was happy to buy me the wine. Okay. But do you see that self-awareness was the difference between success and failure and success? So really constantly be aware. Look yourself in the mirror. I'm working on this global student competition right now. And I agreed to work with my friend on it. And I didn't have time, so I agreed to let him be a leader. And he's gone crazy and he doesn't want input from everyone else. And he's like, oh, are you going to work on this next year? No answer from me. Okay. So building a winning team. Are you ready for the team part? Okay. Here we go. About your team. What is it about your team? Oh, okay. Oh, I need to stop my presentation. I have some I have some slides in here. Leadership and team building. Okay. I have to take out all the timings. I screwed up. Don't save. Okay. I screwed up the timings on this slide deck. I actually, you guys, added some extra slides to this that I thought would be good. And there were some timings in it. Okay, I think I corrected it. Okay. Okay. Is it working now? I need to reshare. Okay. Let me try it. See if it works. Perfect. Are you ready? That was a intermission. Okay, about your team. Think about, why is your team the right to make your venture successful? Do you have the right skill set? If you're a B2C consumer thing, then you need someone who's good at marketing to reach all the consumers, right? If you're a real technical company, do you have a really good CTO? And very importantly, you need to have a leader. Do the members of the team complement each other? Like right there on Canva, right? Melanie is the CEO. She does the marketing. She does the fundraising, all this stuff. Cliff, the guy on the left, is her co-founder. He does the operations. He keeps the company running. He's in charge of a lot of execution. And then this other guy, I can't remember his name. They hired him from Google. He's the CTO. So do you see how they have a team with all the functions covered that complement each other? Okay. This is the U.S. winning basketball team at the Olympics. I love this team because most of them come from my town in San Francisco. And you got Steph Curry, who was the MVP, who is a fabulous defense. And then you have all these super tall guys who's a really good, he's really good offense. You got defense, you got this, right? You have a whole basketball team with different roles, right? And that's what makes a winning team. Did you need something, Edward? Okay. You're talking about basketball. You're excited. Okay. All right. Now, one of the things in Silicon Valley, there's a incubator and investor firm called Y Combinator. Have you heard about it? Y Combinator, 50% of their companies get funded by like big VCs and go public or get acquired. When Y Combinator is looking at a team, they're looking for the triptych. They're looking for a team with a hipster, a hacker, and a hustler. And what do you guys think the hipster is? Huh? It's the marketing person, the one who's kind of cool and can make the company really sexy. Got it? The hacker is the tech person that can build. Okay? And the hustler is the one that sells and gets the money in. And they're looking for those three roles in the early stage of the company. I think that after that, when you first kind of get it going, you actually need finders, which are sales and marketing. Minders, you need management, adult management company to help it grow, put in the processes. And then you need the grinders, which are the engineers. So you want to think about the different types of people your company needs, especially which domain you're in, what type of thing is important. It's really important for clear roles and responsibilities. People have to know what their job is. You've got multiple people. And if two people, like in one company I was at, and we died, this company died, it wasn't clear whether doing the brochure was the salesperson's job or the marketing person's job. So my marketing team was working on a brochure. the sales team was working on a brochure, and we're both pitching to the CEO saying, which brochure should we use? Is that a waste of time? It is a waste of time. That was a company where everyone was pitching to the CEO instead of telling us to work together. And then one thing is when you have clear roles and responsibilities, then it increases the speed and decreases the cost because you don't have the same people trying to do the same thing. They can work on different things. And it minimizes redundancy and conflict. Okay, so as you're working on it this week, you only have 5 days. So you better not have 2 people working on the same thing because you will get even less sleep than you were going to get. One of the things my students say, feedback at the end of the week with my class, is they say, I didn't know I could survive on so little sleep. And Berkeley students are very competitive. And so originally, I said they were supposed to work till 9 o'clock on the work days, right? Then they wanted to work till 12. And my TAs agreed to stay till 12. Well, then they have now started pushing it till 3 a.m. And so in January, I said to the group, nobody is working past 12. This is not Wall Street. I do not want people getting heart attacks and dying. Do you know what my students did? They went back to their dorms and worked till 4. And on Friday, 2 of my students went to the hospital for dehydration and lack of sleep. Not my fault, okay? So don't kill yourself. All right, some traits of successful teams is, this is from a colleague of mine who's very good about teams. They're self-learning. You have to be brutally honest and self-aware. You want to have healthy conflict and resolution because just because you all agree on the same thing, it may be the wrong thing. It's okay to disagree and kind of discuss it so you've covered all the bases. Efficient communications, heart, smart work. You work hard, but don't be dumb and have 2 people working on the same thing. Creativity in all parts of the business. You know, when you run out of money and you don't have enough money for marketing, there are ways to do marketing for free or get other people to do it. Risk-taking. View failure is a step to success. Is you want to try new things. And if it fails, it's okay because you learn and it gets you closer to the aha. Listening, prioritization. A startup, you cannot do everything. So you have to prioritize what you can do. When you want to do all these features on your product, you can't do all of them. You have to learn to prioritize. Execution and team diversity. Okay, one thing I want to tell you is about the 2 pizza team. Amazon has a rule called the 2 pizza team, and it basically says if a project team can't be fed with 2 pizzas, it's too big. Like as you're kicking off your company and you need to work together, I have found that boot camps, it's 4 to 5 people because anything more than 5 people, it's too many people. By the time everyone has a say, you don't have time to execute. Or there's one person who sits there and doesn't do anything. So when we do team formation, do not come up to me and say, we have 6 people, we really want to do it. Because I am going to tell you, you're wasting my time and you're wasting your time. Okay, so we're shooting to 4 to 5 people per team when we do team formation. How many people can we not have?
6 or more.
Okay, and if one of you asks me, okay, highly effective teams. Oh, this is really cool. This is so cool. This MIT professor, he did a study and looked at teams that worked really well and were very productive. And he called them teams with high group IQ. So like you guys are working together, for some of these projects and stuff, right? I'm kind of watching you guys. I'm like, oh, which group has high IQ? I'm not talking about individual IQ. It's high IQ. And it's a study done by MIT Business School. A group of high IQ individuals does not. Usually it results in a low IQ team. Why is that? You take these super high IQ, brilliant people and tell them to work together. Why is that team not effective? What? That is a good point, but not exactly. Well, that is part of it. But what they found is high IQ, yeah? Yeah, this is the right answer. High IQ people all go, well, I'm high IQ, I'm right, I'm right, I'm right, and they don't work together. So you don't want a team with all super high IQ because they're just super snooty. Okay? So there were 3 characteristics of a high IQ team. One is team members equally engage in discussion. So in other words, they should be talking equally versus one person talking the most. Because if 2 or 3 people talk the most, that means the other people on your team aren't sharing what's in their head. So you're not making use. So you need to make sure everyone is heard. And so you want to manage the discussion so that everyone's heard, so they contribute their human capital. Interesting. So are you guys going to pay attention when you're talking? Okay. The second thing is members have the ability to read eyes and emotions. And you can read like, oh yeah, she's really pissed. Okay, why are you upset? Why are you pissed? Well, I've been saying this and you keep talking over me, you know? And you want to hear the third thing they found in highly effective teams? The teams had more women. No, it's interesting. In all my work time, I found like if you had just guys, it actually becomes a testosterone battle. Okay? But when there's a woman or 2 on the team, that goes down. When I worked at the Exxon refinery, I had these 2 guys I worked really well with. Yeah, they were really easy to work with and just collaborative. And then I got in a meeting with these 2 guys. Oh my God, I saw 2 different guys. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. I'm like, oh man, what is this? Now, that's my introduction at 21 years old to testosterone battles. And yeah, okay. Is that politically incorrect to say that? Okay, if it's supported with the data. Okay. All right. Okay, without diversity, this is what happens. You guys know lemmings? When one lemming does one thing, all the others follow. So without diversity, one lemming decides to run over the cliff and all the other lemmings follow. So that's the same thing you don't want to happen in your company is, oh yeah, this is right. Oh yeah, this is right. Yeah, yeah. All right. So this is a team of a winning team in my class. They had all these different students with different backgrounds. There was a student from Cambridge, a student from HEC in France, and the CEO, and everyone had different majors from different universities. And this team was so awesome. They worked so well together. They were so complementary. Okay, that's the sort of team that you want to build. There, that's the last. Any questions? Do you guys got a sense of team building? All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take like a 15-minute break. Well, maybe not 15, 10, because I don't want you to stay too late because you'll be hungry again. Okay, very importantly, whoever wants to pitch an idea, okay, you want to go to this form. It's a short form and pitch it. If you guys want the link, go in the participant folder. I have a page of Gigi's notes. The link is there, so you don't have to type this in. But if you want to type it in, you can. And in 10 minutes, we'll come back in here and people will pitch their startup idea. Yes? What? Oh, I missed the big step. Thank you for telling me. So what you're going to do is pitch your idea. And then we're going to have team formation. And the people that can recruit 4 to 5 people will work on their startup idea in the rest of the class. if you have an idea, but you only recruit one other person to help you or join your team, you don't have enough people to have a team. Got it? And so what you would do was join another team. This is a really chaotic process, but it works. Okay, I've done it 18 times at Berkeley. And the other thing is, if your idea was not chosen, then you kind of learn about, what could I have done better to recruit? Got it? And then second thing is, if you don't work on your idea, you'll learn all these things this week, and you'll be more ready to then pitch your idea and work on yours. So no matter what, you'll learn. And just remember, everybody, when you come and pitch your idea, what is the goal of your pitching? What? It's to recruit a team. You're not pitching to investors. You're trying to pitch your idea, how cool it is, and why should people join your team. And one thing you should think about is, what would make you want to join a team? Got it? And the Friday pitch is, you're going to work on your startup idea. And on Friday, you're going to have 5 minutes and you'll pitch to an investor, and you'll kind of do the whole investor pitch, which I'll talk about tomorrow. Pete touched upon it today, but I'll tell you what needs to be in your investor pitch tomorrow morning. You know what? I've had boot camps where people came in with a company they'd already worked on, but they pitched on, oh, I want to grow it and I need this kind of people. One of my boot camps, a German entrepreneur came and he pitched his idea and said, these are the areas I want to grow. And a couple of Berkeley students joined his team and they took it to the next step. And then what happened is, he told me, wow, coming to this boot camp, I advanced my startup 6 months in 1 week with the help of Berkeley students. And the other thing that happened with the Berkeley students is, he hired 2 of them during the summer to go work in Germany. So it was win-win. Okay? So up to you. Does that answer your question? Yes. Cool. All right. Sound good? Let's do a 10-minute thing. And you guys, you can go to the link on the notes page in the participant folder and enter it. And then we're just going to go through the list and pitch. 10-minute break.